Please take your seats, councillors, and we'll make a start. Deputy Mayor, can you take your seat, please? Okay, welcome everyone. Good morning. I declare the council meeting CO 26/9 open and welcome everyone here. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and the consequences of that. I've invited Matua Rion tonight to start us with a karakia. Thank you.
Ka te kia ora tātou katoa, nōku te honori kia tīmata tēnei o tātou hui, ma te karakia. Nō reira, e te whānau me karakia tātou. Me whakapono atu ki te atua, he honori he koroori ki te atua, he maunga rongo ki te whenua, he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Hanga e te atua, he ngā kauhau ki roto ki tēnā o mātou whakatongia tō wairua tapu. Hei awhina, hei tohu ia mātou, hei ako hoki tātou i roto i enei o ngā kaupapa, tūturu whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e, hui e, tāiki e, kati, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Okay, I have an apology from Councillor Dinsdale. I'm not sure where Councillor Joyce is at the moment, but I can have an apology for Councillor Dinsdale, please. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Elvin, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. There is one later item to consider, and that is in the public excluded section regarding the appointment of a chief executive. Can I have a mover and seconder that in accordance with section 46A of the Goima, the following item of public excluded business be accepted as a late item? Councillor Cox said, Councillor Beach, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. A declaration of interest. Does anyone have a declaration they need to make? No? Okay. So I'll move on. There are no items to be transferred from public excluded. Public forum. I don't think we've got anyone at the moment, although we have some guests in for other items later today. So we'll move on to the minutes for confirmation. So starting off with the minutes of the council meeting on the 26th of February. I'm happy to move those. Deputy Mayor, would you like to second those? All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes of the council meeting on the 19th of March. Move and seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Sol, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes of the council meeting on the 24th of March. I'll move those. Councillor A, second. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. And the minutes of the council meeting on the 2nd of April, Councillor Beach, and I'll second that. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So we move on to page 94, item 10.1, which is the Curry Point Reserve Cultural Concepts Consultation Feedback. So hopefully we've got Peter here yet, or is he? You go and find him. Okay. Anyway, welcome also Rion and Ricky and Pare to answer questions. Okay, while we're getting sorted, I'd like to seek a move in a second for the first three recommendations to receive it at low significance and also to accept the community feedback, including a table item, which is a late submission, which you should have all received by now. So Councillor Sol, Councillor Ray, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So with that, and Bill Watson now here, perhaps ask you to introduce this item.
Kia ora, we've got a presentation to put up on the big screen there and we'll get started. Just want to acknowledge Council for their time today. Very excited to be here today to present to you on this project at a very significant place that is known as Cody Point, but obviously has some old names to it as well. So we'll kick off. So that's our first slide there. Just wanted to give you a bit of a snapshot of some of the work that's taken place throughout the times. And this is one of the sketches, early sketches that was created throughout this process. What we have there is an aerial photo of the site that we're talking about, especially at the bottom there, the reserve itself, which actually contains three pā sites of significance for us in Tauranga Moana. And so this kaupapa is quite significant, as I mentioned, and it's significant for a number of reasons. Not just to honour our ancestors, but also to honour those that have recently passed on that have also been involved in this kaupapa over the years. And one of the main ones I need to mention at this time is Pai Wanakore, who had quite a standing within this council in his time. And also this is one of his projects that he carried strongly throughout his tenure at that time. So the history of this place runs deep for tangata whenua. I want to jump forward to the 1960s where we had Auckland University come down and do an archaeological assessment of the area. And that's quite significant in itself because universities at that time were quite new. So it's one of the early sort of assessments that were undertaken through a university education sort of approach, and is still used as a prime example today for those that are still studying within universities. So the pā sites that we're talking about have 3 periods of Māori occupation from archaic through to the 3rd period, which is classic Māori period. In the early periods, we see that we have terraces, which is quite common for that time, terrace pā. And then what we see in the 3rd period, which is probably deemed classic Māori, is the introduction of ring ditch pās. So what it does, it really takes us through a journey of time, of occupation throughout the many, many generations. The 3rd period, again, was quite an important time. And when they went in and did the excavations there, they pulled up some really significant taonga of local, national and international significance. Some of the taonga that were brought out there were actually taken on the Te Māori exhibition, which last year celebrated its 40th year celebration. And one of the hiru that was taken out of that excavations at that time was taken around the world. So it just gives an insight into the real significance of this area. So again, we've got another sketch up there on the big screen, and that's probably a good insight into that classic Māori period, or the last real occupation of Māori before the changing of time, if you know what I mean, took place. So that's just a good insight into what it would have looked like. Just want to again talk about some of the artifacts, and there's some pictures of those hiru. One of the really interesting things is that when they went in and did this excavation, they found an old box. It was a box, and when they pulled the box out, it disintegrated, but within that box it had close to 400 pieces of hiru, which are the Māori combs, all in different shapes and forms, some broken, some partially still in pretty good nick. But what it showed was, again, the progression, evolution of Māori art. And so we went from the archaic sort of carvings that we could see on these pieces through to the more contemporary times where we just saw the growth and the evolution of carving. Our journey out for ourselves as hapu has been quite a journey in itself. Up there you can see a picture where we've taken our hapu, the 3 hapu of the northern part of Tauranga Moana, over to the Waikato Museum, because that's where all these taonga sit, and they look after them over there. One of the key things that Tainui really supports for why Tauranga should have a museum is because they hold a lot of these sort of taonga that are very significant for our people. And so we're having to go to Waikato to go and view our taonga of our ancestors, just so we can have some continuity with some of the art forms and keep producing these sort of things. So the ultimate outcome is that we're able to bring these taonga home. We really do see this as an opportunity for us to show kotahitanga and manaakitanga to each other. This isn't a new kaupapa. It's been going on for several years. 2009, the concept was brought together, and for a number of reasons, which I think Peter will cover today, it's been sort of prolonged, but here we are today. And I think one of the biggest sayings that I've used throughout this whole journey that we've been on for the last 2-3 years has been, we're here to honour our ancestors as best we can. We're here to strengthen ourselves, and probably most importantly, we're here to pave the way for the next generations. You can see up on above again on the big screen there, these are some of the sketches that have come out throughout our journey so far. So there are 3 parasites on the reserve, and again, these parasites show a progression from archaic through to contemporary. I won't go too much into the bits and pieces, but let's look at some of the parasites. This is Owaro Pa, probably the most famous parasite of the 3. This is the parasite that was excavated by Auckland University students back in the early 60s. So it's called Owaro Pa. This is the pa where the box of heru were found, and also a number of other artifacts that's quite significant to our history. So at Owaro Pa, what we're hoping to implement early on in this project is to have a lookout where we can look down at the parasite. We're not really wanting people to encroach or to be walking around it, but just up the top there, where before you go down to where the ramp is, or the jetty, you get a beautiful view looking down at the parasite. So we've got an idea to put up the atia, as you can see there, which is a little bit of a platform which has a sign there which captures the history, and also just a good visual looking down at that parasite. There's also the atia and the south lookout. So as you enter into the reserve, there's a proposal to put up a waharoa, which is a gateway, and also a gathering spot. So like a little bit of a centerpiece, I suppose, where people can come and gather, and then from there venture out to the different parts of the reserve where the different parasites are. So it is like a centerpiece, and there's a picture of what's been proposed on that entranceway of what is currently called Kaiba Pass. Might be an opportunity for a name change there, possibly too. At the northern lookout, we've only got a proposal for a po to be erected. I think one of the key things is that when we've looked at the design, we need to be really cautious and careful that we're not putting too many structures in place that are going to cause further damage to the parasite. And so the design that we've put into place has been designed to be able to protect the parasite as best we can. At the moment, people can walk willy-nilly all over the parasite. And of course, after many years of that occurring, it has an impact. So the design that we've put into place is aimed to really bring best protection that we see fit to protect those parasites. This photo here down, the jetty, of course. And this photo here is below one of the parasites, and also in the area where Waka used to land. Yeah, and so that's my part of the presentation today, whānau. Again, this has been a journey for us in council, and ma te hoi ngātahi o te waka tēnā ka tutuki pai ki te kaupapa. As they say, if we paddle our waka in unison to the same designation, we will best achieve the outcome. And I say best achieve because there's many ways to achieve an outcome, but I think through this process that we've actually chosen the best way, which is empowering for everyone's mana involved. And so again, today it's really quite from the heart that we're here to present to you today. Again, honouring our ancestors, honouring those that have been part of this project that are no longer with us, but again, to strengthen ourselves and to also pave the way for the next generations. And I think this has been a really good example of partnership, kotahitanga between councils and mana whenua. I might just leave it at that and hand it over to Peter, if that's okay, Peter.
Kia ora, thank you. So just, Council, just from a, I guess from a reporting process, you've had the background history, quite deep, significant history for tangata whenua. But by way of the rest of the report, so as Rion alluded to, it was quite a while ago when we did there was a concept plan done for Kāori Point. Out of that concept plan, identified the need to do a cultural assessment to look at all these values that sit within this whenua. That was undertaken in 2009, and for a number of reasons that's been delayed through global crisis, financial things, and they've been pushed out a little bit, treaty settlements and all sorts of points like that. So, but here we are today. So effectively, the way I look at the how it works is like, it's similar to like if we had a concept plan that identified that we're going to have a playground in it, and then we've gone out to the community and seeing what type of playground they want and need and what it's going to look like. So in this case here, you've got a concept plan that identifies the need to do the cultural interpretation, and then the cultural interpretation is the round that we've just completed, although that was back on from the 17th of November to the 7th of December, and obviously been a bit disruptive through you had elections and setting up your new committees, and we seem to be having biannual weather events that distract us from getting the stuff to the table. Yeah, so that's one thing we how we look at that there. We do have funding in the annual plan at the moment, a long-term plan. The resolution seeks to confirm that funding and also defer any other request for funding off to the LTP process to have any debate and look at that timing of any funding. That would also include having discussions with the likes, funding agencies like TECT, etc. as well. So it's not all council funded. Yeah, so the feedback we've had is kind of mixed. You've seen in the report there's a bit of a mixture of stuff. There's a little bit what I see as some people like it to be a quiet place down the end of a peninsula type of thing. Other people saying, hey, it'd be great to see this type of stuff. We have this, as I mentioned, report NZTA work with the hapu here about putting their po, etc., in around the rohi when you're coming through the state highway network. This just adds to that value. It's not too dissimilar to what you see down at Gate Par down the road here by Mitre 10. It's Huharua Park, same type of thing. We've done this in the past. The entrance into Jubilee Park. So it's really, really important for tangata whenua, particularly to see their history present in their rohi. Is something quite important to them. And it's also, from a tourism point of view, it's very much a point of difference in New Zealand to see this type of work. So yeah, so that's probably what I have to say at this point in time. So just happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Coxhead.
Hang on. Thank you for your presentation this morning. It's definitely a beautiful concept plan. The feedback, as you alluded to, is very mixed, and most of the concern comes from people who live nearby the park. And I guess from my point of view, I'd like to understand better what sort of numbers and what sort of foot traffic are we expecting, what sort of events are we expecting there as well, and adequate parking. It wasn't that clear to me what the parking scenario looked like. And the other thing is, how much is the total cost? So we've got 453 here in the LTP for the next 2 years. What's the total cost?
Sure. Well, the total cost on the estimates has been provided by the consultant that was assisting him, which includes, it's about 1.2 million all up, everything up, plus or minus a little bit. With regards to the car parking, the Kaiba Pass has quite a bit of car parking there. We've identified that in the concept plan, but also right along, I think it's the Esplanade that runs along, you can park anywhere along that road. There's quite a, like a kilometre or so of road that you can park on the side and hop into the reserve. One of the things with the reserve it currently has, because it used to be grazed, right? It had stock in there, and it's still got a stock fence on it, which it's kind of says don't come in. And we think that long term it should be having like a post and rail fence, etc. make it a little bit more inviting for people to come and visit and enjoy the reserve. So that's another thing that'll be considered in the next review of the reserve management plan for Karikari Waihi Beach, which will be undertaken next year.
So maybe to answer my question, maybe it's you, Rion, in terms of what you would expect the park to be used for from a more traditional point of view.
Yeah, ka pai, good pātai. We've been somewhat disconnected from Cody Point for a long time, and even through this project, this journey, we've been able to strengthen our relationship again with Cody Point and all the history that pertains to it. So it's definitely helped strengthen our identity. And so we'd love to see an annual event out there that we could bring our people together to share that history and to really empower ourselves with that history and empower our identity. We also see an opportunity for local kura, local schools, to be able to go out there probably on an annual basis as well, to be able to share the history with our tamariki and those that live in our rohe as well. And the last thing that I'll probably say is that, there is a mixed feedback there, but we have full support from all the hapu that have been involved in this kaupapa, but it even goes wider, where I think we've got about 26,000 people registered as under Ngāi Te Rangi, probably close to 20,000 with Ngāti Ranginui, and then probably close to 15,000 with Ngāti Pūkenga, who all wholeheartedly support this kaupapa.
Deputy Mayor.
It would frighten the locals if they knew that 15,000 people might descend on them, Rion. But I think the report is excellent, and I commend you for it and the work that's gone into it. It's important to recognise our history. But can I say it's a very quiet place, and it's so quiet that the signage that you've got out there is all mouldy and is terrible. And I've got photos here that were sent to me yesterday, and I don't know how to put them on the screen, but there needs to be better signposting. There needs to be the sign where people know where to park their cars. There's not even that. And so the signage is really important, and the memory boards. Could I just say that everybody's getting on quite well, the iwi, hapus out there, because the po that is there was damaged some time ago. And whether that was just a lunatic or what, I don't know. But the message I'm getting is that it's Kauri Point, and the signage shouldn't be a metal, but that's another thing. I leave that with you. And also, Mr. Watson, to you, we've got Tuapiro Point to be developed. We've got Te Puna, which we don't want developed. A lot of people don't. And how can we actually fund all this and get it moving? So my question is, where in the long-term plan is this fund sitting?
Through Mr. Chairman, so the funding for the council currently has in place, the 453,000 is spread over 2 years, one in the 2026-27 year, which starts in July, and then the next is the 27-28 year, the following financial year. But in that interim period, we'll be doing the long-term plan. And what I'm suggesting with the resolution directs is that further consideration be given to funding during that process, which is how we go about doing that. And that'll also include it looking at alternative options like TECT funding, etc.
Could I suggest that Tuapiro and Kauri could be a joint application to TECT? It's
Yeah,
almost of regional significance.
That is something we've been having some discussions with TECT about looking at what's the broader picture. What they like to see is not just an individual little reserve pop up. So it's what else is coming and how does this looked at from a strategic sense, as you've indicated there. But that's something we could be looking at, once again, just firming up any design and work like that through the review of the Karikari Waihi Beach Ward Reserve Management Plan, which includes Tuapiro Point. But there's nothing planned specifically at this point in time. The focus is on this kaupapa.
Thank you, Peter. I've got a few questions for you. So the 453,000 as a first stage, what does that get?
haven't got into that level of detail. It is spelled out in the, I think if page 101 of your agenda, it does spell out what the key items are that covers there in the relevant detail section on the top of page 101.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
car parking, walkway development, planting, RTR, North Beach development, lookout, interpretation design, maps and panels, South Lookout, Palisades. So perhaps there's a question is what doesn't it label? What's in stage 2?
Stage 2 will be the complete, seeing how far stage 1 will go. So that I've said in the report there is that we would try and get the best utilisation out of that funding to get as much as we can there, but then that would identify, and it's something I'd sit down with the group here to look at what is the staging, what's the most important priority for them to look at doing first, and then go from there. And the balance of that would then form part of the long-term plan, additional funding.
Okay, a couple of other questions. It refers to, there's a couple of fountains. Are we talking drinking fountains here or are we talking something else?
I guess it'd be drinking fountains, yes.
Okay, and the Wahara, are they simple, going to be simple archways or are they more of a building kind of structure? So it's a simple archway like at Amano or somewhere like that.
Correct, and you see this. You see a similar thing to this up at Te Puna Quarry Park, for example, going into Huharua. And just of interest, the late tabled item you got is from the person who owns a property next to this. So when they are referencing RTR and the entranceway, this is what they are referencing.
Yeah, no, that's my point. So that was a concern for me whether we're building a significant structure adjacent to his house, which is, fair enough complaint. But if it's a simple archway, then that's quite a different proposition. Okay, I think that's my questions. Councillor Sol.
Thank you. I have, number one, that history is very important to me, hence my association with other organisations. And I come from an area that has had power sites, basically one which was devastated really by farming in the end, but it was one of the most preserved, and that's Turuturu Mokai. And there's other sites around where I was brought up, Tinutu Otomatai, and also just up the road, Parihaka. So I want to see this developed. I have concerns. And I'll get to that question pretty shortly, I guess. The family histories are important. The time capsule shows, because that's virtually what that box is from the way you described it, quite an interesting situation, how that came about and how they look forward. I guess what's concerning me the most is still how the heck, two things, how we are going to fund it going forward, because times are really tough at present, how long it's going to be to get it to the stage where it perhaps becomes quite a tourist type operation. And I guess the other area, and then the neighbours still concern me as well, and the effects, how you're going to mitigate some of those issues going forward. And I guess other than that is financially, as this is referred to as a partnership, what else are you guys bringing? Are you bringing in some money? Is there settlement money able to go towards this, or local funding from iwi?
Kia ora. My name is Ricky Nelson. I can probably comment on that. I'm actually looking forward to our little team going out and targeting some other funding institutions where we can support this kaupapa. Not only that, when you have a look at the wider Katikati community, we're absolutely focused on trying to bring as as much of that tourism dollar down to our local community. There's some big things kind of happening in our area, and I think this is one little cog in the big machine that is going to drive the economy in Katikati in the next couple of years. And some of you who have been involved in that know what we're talking about as far as adventure tourism, as far as cultural connections, cultural tourism as well. Now, the other key point, which you might not be aware of, is that this particular reserve is actually part of treaty settlements as well. The reserve is going back to Ngaitarangi as well as Ngāti Tamatera. There's some tensions there because we don't believe that Tamatera should have that, but the fact is, when I see it as a community, and especially if I owned a property there, the amount of investment that's going to go into this particular reserve, obviously going to drive the property prices up. That's what we're trying to tell the house owners as well. When it comes to the influx or the fear of the influx of tourists coming to that location, we don't see it as huge numbers. It's probably only going to be maybe a few managed times during the year that will take people to this particular site, but it's going to be an asset for the entire community.
Just ask also though, you mentioned in here, Peter, the maintenance was basically 5,000 a year?
Yeah, the maintenance would be just with the structures in there. It'll be just cleaning them, etc., and keeping on top of that. Lichen and stuff like that gets on some of those wahara and stuff like that. So it's just pretty much tidying up. So you wouldn't see a lot of cost added in for that with these items being in there.
Councillor Rain.
Thank you, Rion, for the beautiful presentation and the detail that's gone into that by all the whānau. My question's for Peter. I just want to publicly confirm or deny whether or not reserves funding is paid for district-wide, please.
For the public record then,
Yes.
District reserves activity is funded by general rate on a district-wide basis.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Joyce.
Kia ora, thanks for coming in. Hi, Ricky. Peter, I'm just a bit confused. We've talked about external funding all the way through with this, but the budget seems to be that the council's paying for it all. So how are we reconciling this? I realise we have to have some skin in the game, but have we actually talked to TECT? Have we actually got external funding set up? Because otherwise we're paying for it all from ratepayers, which to my mind was never the goal originally.
So I had a meeting last week with the CEO of TECT and the person who does all the funding applications, and we've signalled this project to them. So and they are keen and they are supporting the arts and cultural arts and stuff in there. They have a specific area of their, I think it's about 5 or 6 areas that they focus on, and this is one of them. So
do we have an idea of how much they'll put in? Because I agree that's a very important part of the process. They've told us that they want to hear what the council's priorities are, right?
Look, no, I don't have that level of detail at this point in time, Councillor Joyce, but what I'm saying is that they didn't say go away and they're happy to talk with us going forward.
So why has this come up out of turn? Now we're in the middle of an annual plan process. Why are we confirming this before the rest of the annual plan?
It's already in the long-term plan.
We're actually reviewing our annual plan at the moment. So why are we doing this separate to the rest of the annual plan?
Look, through you just wanted to, in order to give the project confidence going forward, the resolution was just to confirm that the funding for the next couple of years.
So I think we're neither adding nor taking anything away
No.
from the annual plan, so therefore it's not coming to an annual plan process. I think the confidence that you speak of is that they want confidence that we're not going to taken away, suddenly for, a different reason. Would that be fair, Peter?
That's the context, yes.
I'll speak further on this, but I don't believe we should be taking little bits and pieces out of the annual plan. We're not doing it for anything else. I support the kaupapa, I really do, but it's got to be part of the same process as every other piece of council spending. I think there'll be very few people that would surely disagree with that.
Councillor Coxhead?
You've largely answered my question around ongoing OPEX, but are you saying that's $5,000 where we're just mowing currently and now we're going to have structures that need maintaining as well? 5,000 a year, is that what you said?
No, what I'm saying is once the structure's in place, that'll be an extra $5,000 on top of existing.
Okay, so total cost would be?
Of the whole park.
Mm.
Sorry, I don't have that off my hand. I need to go and calculate through the contract claim.
So my other concern still remains for the existing residents there, and looking at this map, which I think Rion and Ricky, you may have provided the map. We didn't have the concept drawing before. So just looking at this. So, I mean, obviously it's currently walked and used by people anyway. Yes, yeah, I'm talking about this. So currently people are walking along there all the time anyway, aren't they? Correct? It's used, it's commonly used? Yeah. So foot traffic potentially wouldn't be anymore, would it? Or I'm just looking at some of the structures, and it's a little bit hard to tell from this, but it does look like some of them are very close to the properties. And if I was a resident, I'd probably be concerned myself. I mean, have they been consulted door to door? Has there been any group community meeting there, or just to allay some of the concerns, or in fact take some of that on board?
So on the 18th of November, there was an open day, or just about all day on a Saturday, and the locals were all involved. There's a lot of locals came along. I think Councillor Joyce is there, Councillor Sol attended, and there was a lot of what you heard before about the history that was explained. There's groups concentrated there. I do know the late item you've got, the submission, that particular lady was our consultant visited them and had a chat one-on-one with them, and then she wrote her submission, and it was 4 days after closing. So yeah, so it has been enough. I think there's been an opportunity there, and obviously when, like anything like this, when you go to do the actual work, it'll be something that would be engaging with through your place with the community to say, here's what's happening, to give people an opportunity to, I don't know how much influence you give someone who lives next door over, just a public reserve to use for public recreation type of thing. So, but we do take that on board. Some locals, particularly if someone's impacted, but people walk through that gate, what it is now, it's just going to be in a different form for Wahara there.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Beach.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I've got a couple of questions. One is, at the moment, it is a public reserve, and if I use your term, anyone can walk around willy-nilly wherever they like. Are you proposing, with this new structure being put in place, that there may be some out of limit areas where the public will not be able to access in the future? So it's one of my concerns, and it probably is one of the questions. Are you proposing there may be some areas that are out of limits?
So just to help, so this area used to be grazed, right? So it had cows in it, and then we got rid of that there. Then it had long grass, and we used to mow it and not mow. And there, many years ago, there was a group, the locals wanted it all mowed, and others wanted it left long grass because they like seeing the butterflies and the meadow flowers and etc., and let their dogs run around, etc. So we did it was a survey with the community. It actually ended up being about 49-51, so it's very close. So what the outcome agreed there was to mow about a hectare of land up there that was nicely mowed, so they could run around on it, kick a ball, play some cricket on, etc. But leave the rest of it, and we just manage it by doing silage or something off the long grass. But the idea was, with the community, they wanted us to just mow this trail through there. So by mowing the trails, you then kind of, through that design, put a place for people to go through. And what Rion was saying there is at the moment, one of the par sites is actually fenced around because we used to keep the sock out of it. And the idea would be to remove that there, but by the way where you place things and where you put pathways, etc., you then manage where people go by directing like that. So that's how that would be managed. So not kind of willy-nilly. There is a fence along the boundary because there's cliff faces in the reserve. So we keep people away from there. But just by design and where we put those mowing lines, we can help direct people to the appropriate areas and away from other areas. I don't think there's any intention to put any rahu or wahi tapu on the site, because I think those par site contain their own mana and stuff anyway, and people respect that.
Just to be clear and clarify, the lines on the map there, they're mowing lines, they're not concrete paths or anything like that. Is that intention?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
But the second one is obviously around 5,000 a year, cleaning, etc. What does concern me, anything made out of wood has a very temporary lifespan. And long term, are we expecting this to become a burden upon our ratepayers for replacements?
I think one of the other things, yeah, I hear what you're saying about the wood, with the modern paints and stuff like that, like the one out at Jubilee Park, that was repainted a little while ago, to protect it and keep it carrying on. We haven't repainted the one out at Huhara yet, and that was put in about 2013 or so. But you got to take away, it's not all about wood as well, because the modern contemporary designs might be, some of these elements might be made out of stainless steel or Corten steel and other things like that as well, which are designed to have a long life in them. So that level of details yet to be had is just the concepts that we're seeking direction on.
Deputy Mayor.
Peter, thank you for bringing this morning. I think it is an appropriate process that we're working through, and we still are in the annual plan process. So I think it's good. But I'd like to know if you could improve the signage out there so that people know where they're going, where they can park. And I think you would get a lot more kudos at the beginning of this process if we could improve the signage out there. But I just want, my view is Huhurua Park, we've got a protected par site there. It's not a great tourist attraction, but it's certainly for dog lovers and walking that park. It's very, very popular. So whether the public come there or not is irrelevant. It's a protection of historic culture that I think is worthwhile. And that brings me to the regional significance of Tuapiro and Kauri Point. And working with TECT, it needs to actually have that approach. It's bigger, it's not as big as Ben Hur, but it's big. And instead of the money always going to Tauranga, it would be nice to see if something regionally significant could come to the Western Bay. I leave it with you, Peter.
Councillor Alvin.
Thanks. I tell you what, it's rare that I read a council report and really enjoy it. But that was one of them, and I really did. And perhaps it's just my affinity with the site. I grew up running around that at the same time as those university fellas with their long hair came down from up country. My concern with this, is we've got a timing issue on this. We're trying to present a Rolls-Royce deal in an issue where some people can't afford a cup of tea. And that's my real concern about this. And I don't know where that issue lies, but I would love this to go ahead in the most expensive way it can. But I'm already nailed to a second-hand toilet at Makara. Okay? And if a Rolls Royce gets rolled out at Kauri Point, I don't think I'll survive the week. And so I don't know what we do about this, because I really want this to go ahead in way, shape, or form. But I tell you what, it would not look good in our community at the moment to suddenly say we're spending a whole lot of money on this Kauri Point Reserve when others are struggling to get bits and pieces done. Now, I don't know the way through. I do think we need to get some external funding. I would like this to proceed. I wonder if we can break it down a bit more, be a bit more looking at the restoration type projects and the projection type projects. I don't know. I would not like to see this project fall through the cracks. Yeah, I'm already in that. Through the cracks, because it needs to go ahead. But I think we need to be careful about how we manage it from just an optics point of view.
Thank you, Councillor Alvin. It feels like we're getting to a point of debating rather than asking questions. So look, we've already resolved recommendations 1, 2, and 3. So there's 3 recommendations left to adopt the cultural concepts as per design, confirms the current funding of 453,000 and the balance to be considered in the long-term plan 2027, and the above resolutions are subject to an archaeological authority being granted by Heritage New Zealand. So do I have a mover and seconder for those 3 recommendations, please? Deputy Mayor, thank you. Councillor Ray. Speakers?
Sir, I've said this is significant. And one of the things I love about it, it's acknowledging the culture that was here before anybody else came. And it's amazing how European settlement has moved in there, but recognizing the past is really important for. Doesn't matter whether I'm in Paisley in Scotland, I can go into the Abbey there and I know I'm walking in history. And when people from Iwi and from other parts walk on Kauri Point, they too will be walking in history. I'm concerned, of course, about the money, and we've got it in the long-term plan. And Ricky, if you can use your network and come up with funding that can throw it back in the faces of those who say you don't fund things, it would be worthwhile. And I think, sir, it's Rion, you've been a leader out there for a long time, and we need to actually go to TECT. And I think that's a significant partnership that we should take advantage of. And you should speak to the chairman there, and you should be knocking on their door every other day and walking them over Kauri Point. So this is the beginning, and I think it's in the long-term plan. And I know people are hurting at the moment, but at the same time, we can't shut up shop and say nothing ever will happen here. We've got to look to the future and do what's best for the whole community. And I think this is a good example. So I support it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll just say a few words. I'm supportive as well. This is one of those projects that has been on the books for a long time, and we've gone out for consultation at the end of last year. We've all seen what happens if you delay things after consultation. I don't want to go there again. This funding is already there in the long-term plan, but what I would say is that through the long-term plan process for 2027, I would like to see external funding confirmed, and I think the money that's here now will be the leverage that gets that. So I think it would be naive to assume extra funding if we don't get extra funding from TECT. That's my view anyway. But otherwise, I'm supportive of this, and I will address some of the comments made in the submissions. I think I've asked a few questions around that, and I've got comfort that this won't interfere with nearby residents too much. The Waharoa looks. It's not a big structure. It's an archway, and most of the other stuff is a fair way away from people's homes, which it's important to consider. So yeah, I'm supportive. Thank you, Councillor Alvin.
I'm reservedly supporting this. Is it possible to move an amendment to that recommendation?
You can certainly try.
I'll try. I would like to say that and the balance of the required, I'd like to add in there, and before the balance of the funding required is to be considered in the in future finance, and I'm sorry, I'm getting tangled up here. What I want to say is that before we consider any further funding, all external funding sources are examined. So I don't want to just come back. I just don't want you to come back here, Peter, in a couple of years' time and say, yeah, well, we didn't get round to it. I want to make sure that actually before any further long-term funding, any further funding from the council goes in the pot, we have extinguished all those sources. That's basically what I'm trying to say. If someone can craft the words.
Councillor Alvin, I think it'd be easier if Deputy Mayor is willing that, and sorry, Councillor Ray as well, that just add an additional point that after 5, yes, that external funding be sought
as a prerequisite, I think, to further consideration. I think I want to make it mandatory that we make the effort. That doesn't mean to say we won't fund it if they don't get that money. I just want to make sure that all efforts are made to get it.
Well, I think it would be better to say that external funding be sought through the long-term plan consideration.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You happy with that? Yeah.
Yeah, and I am happy with that. Thank you very much for the movers and seconders. That's appreciated, because I do genuinely think this project does need to proceed. We need to be careful about the neighbours in that consultation, and I think in the climate we need to be really rigorous about the examination of all those costs. Peter, you will not convince me of your budgeting skills if you say it's only going to cost $5,000 a year to maintain that, although you did slip in it was $5,000 extra. Could you please just be very clear? What is it going to cost to maintain that? We asked that question. It is not impeding my decision making on it. But look, we need accurate detail when we come in here. So on that basis, I'm supportive of this kaupapa without doubt.
Thank you, Councillor Alvin. Councillor Coxhead.
I too will be supporting this. I think it's really important that we preserve as much of our history as we possibly can. Being a newer country, if you like, I mean, obviously newer than most in Europe anyway. So yeah, I'm happy to support this. My reservations have really been about the living, to be fair, the people that live nearby. And so I think a lot of that has been put to bed for me. So, and I would like to think too that if there were serious concerns, there would be some movement or some flexibility there as well on all parts.
Councillor Sol.
I have absolutely, totally believe in protecting and developing this area. The concerns I mentioned earlier about the locals, which when you look at the consultation was pretty tight, and they've got valid reasons, but NIMBYism is such, and I don't wish to really have that label put on those people. They have had a long period of that, but of that land as it is. But the protection is just so important, and the stories that come from there are so important. I am extremely concerned about the future funding, but as we have already got some funding there, I think that should be used and used very wisely. I presume we've also paid for the cultural concepts plan, etc. So that would be something else that's probably in there in the costs. And I presume it's pretty well covered, that being subject to the archaeological authority shouldn't be too much of an issue, presume, because again, that could suck up a lot of this money, I presume, if that's where it's going to come from. So I'm supportive of the motion, in particular in protecting us in the future, that we don't get hammered with constant requirement for further money all the time. There may be some, but that will be dealt with in the long-term plan. So I will support the motion.
Thank you, councillor Sol. Councillor Joyce and then councillor Ray.
So I'm torn on this. I think the iwi hapu have done your work and it's really impressive. It's a good project. The mayor has referred to the fact this is a long-standing project, but somehow we only managed to go and see TECT the last few days. So I'm sorry, the council has not done its part fully. It was when I was there in November, I'm sure we were told that there'll be external funding for this. The external funding seems to have disappeared into a mirage for now. So I'm really torn. I'm also not keen, and in the future, certainly not keen to see projects pulled out of annual plan and long-term plan processes and funded separately. Those are commitments that should be reserved to be considered along everything else. So this is not an appropriate process. So I'm torn. I fully support number 4, which is the concept plan. I do struggle to quite see how it gets to 1.2 million, but council is never, councils are notoriously subject to the forces of economics, and contractors are not very kind to us. So I will support this today, but I think we need to get our A into G on external funding. This is a long-standing project. There's no reason for that to be only just starting now. And it's the council's responsibility. I don't think we should put it on Pare or Rion or Ricky to go and do that. It's a council reserve. They can support, we'll welcome your support because obviously you're a big part of why we're doing this, but we need to get out there and do our job in terms of that external funding. We have, as staff, as Mr. Watson has outlined, TECT has this kind of project as a priority, which is great. Let's secure that as soon as possible, and let's see if we can actually get some of that into this year and next year, because I think it's really, really important that if we're going to do more things like this, and I would like to see us do more things like this, that we get the support of our funders and we get them on board early and we keep on talking to them rather than leaving it till comes time for council to stump up the cash. I realise council has to put some money in. It's TECT has made that very clear to us, but it should be done in conjunction. It should not be done afterwards. So so I support the project. I think it's going to be exciting. I think the residents, I understand the concerns. This is not another Whakarewa, whatever. This is not another Te Puia Springs. This is quite a restrained and respectful project that honours history, honours the present for our iwi and hapu as well, and leaves plenty of room for the locals to make traditional use of that reserve as they have done for several decades. So it fits in with what everybody aspires to going by the submissions. But please, let's get the funding right.
Thank you, councillor Joyce. Councillor Ray.
Thank you. I don't have a lot more to add to what's already been said. I'm really happy to support this. I'm actually quite proud of the work that has gone into it and the collaboration. I do sort of sit where Councillor Joyce is sitting though. I am concerned about that funding. The leverage needs to be there for external funding, but I think I'm confident that I've heard that that will happen. Yes, so there's not a lot more to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daly.
Yeah, I'm also supportive of this project, but also similar concerns about the overall cost. We can't just go revisiting our long-term plan budgets just because we're in a bit of a pinch. It's already in the budget. It's been there for a long time. We've got other reserve management concept plans that also have funding attached to them. And it's always a question of development pace. And so, we've got reserves that have been earmarked for development for a very long time. And I'm not sure if this is ramping up from 450 to 1.2 additional in the time frame is sort of seems out of line with other reserve management plan development speed or pace. In saying that, I've always been supportive of Maori development, heritage, cultural sites that sort of represent what they look like back in the day, when they were occupied. And I've said to even Buddy Makairi when he came to talk about Tauranga, the Tauranga site, the development of that, was he opposed to traditional looking features on the site, and he thought it was great. And I think it's great that you guys have embraced that here as well, because I know, like the Papamoa Hills Regional Park, there's a reluctance to do anything like that down there, just preserve the foundation, the soil, the site, but they were lived in spaces that have evolved over time. So I really like the idea of actually representing that here and now to show what it looked like back in the day. But yeah, so I do think we need to find some extra money for this if it's going to be developed at pace. But I was interested in your comments, Ricky, about further potential for the tourism offerings. I know there are parts of the district that are totally opposed to going down that route with their communities, but if your iwi and hapu and your locals embrace that, then I don't have a problem with that either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Daly. And with that, I'm going to put the motion. Oh, do you want to right to play? Of course.
One of the great frustrations of being at this council is it takes so long to do anything. And I'd like to think that while I'm still alive, this project will actually be developed and we can actually have something that can be proud of within our community. So everybody said about external funding. I said it right at the beginning, and you know what needs to be done, but please, we want action. Real action, sir.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Well, the timing is fairly soon, but anyway, I'm going to put the motion. Says the recommendations 4, 5, new 6, and then the 7 that external funding be actively sought through the long-term plan. I think you've got the exact wording there. So I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Can I just maybe finish off by just acknowledging our council today? I think it's a great decision that's been made to take this kaupapa forward. Look, we're looking to change the script a bit, that we're no longer going to sit in a place of RIP, rest in peace, that we're now changing the script to restore, improve and protect. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. Thank you, Rion. Although we'd normally take tea now, I'd like to move on to the next item, which is the TECT motor leases, since we have guests in who I guess want to say a few words about this. So we'll carry on with that and then we'll break for morning tea afterwards. So we're on item 10.2, which is the approval of individual leases for TECT Park to Matai Motorsport Zone, page 193.
Right, thank you, Your Worship. So just to go through, this is quite an important moment in the movement forward of motorsports up at TECT Park. I guess staff for several years have been in discussion with the motorsports clubs, and I guess the reason we were doing that because they approached us because the existing governance model of TMMI has not delivered, I guess, what was aspired to or expected in that time. So they've all agreed to look at a different governance model, and during that process, Thunder Ridge has come along on the scene as well. So, and that's driven us to need to do some more work in the space of getting a subdivision for lease purposes, to create individual titles that allow the clubs to have individual titles of us, which is what this report's about. That allows them to have security in their investment and also a bit of autonomy over their future and direction. But having said that too, they have agreed to set up what we call a motorsport management group. So they'll govern the motorsport activities there, and staff involved sitting in with that group as well to help guide them on various things in managing a park. The key thing out of today is that council needs to approve the lease parameters and provide delegation to the CEO to enable the conclusion of negotiations. Once we get to that point there, then the next steps is a final legal review from both parties. We'd be then meeting with the motorsport management group and individual clubs, but we'd need to wait, excuse me, for the titles to be issued from the subdivision. That's subject to 223 and 224 being issued and obtaining titles, which we expect to be around about June, July. And then following that step, all going well, would be signing leases and seeing a flourishing investment as we're seeing from Thunder Ridge into the park. So we've got a couple of members here from Thunder Ridge today too. There's Roger and Mike, and if you want to have any questions to them, they'll be happy to answer anything on their particular aspect of Thunder Ridge.
Thank you, Peter. Well, first, perhaps I'll offer the chance if Mike or Peter want to say anything, or you're happy to just take questions. Okay, great. So are there any questions of our guests and Peter? Councillor Coxhead.
I'm just curious, has the ETS situation been rectified or agreed?
That's moved on a little bit, the ETS situation. And what we're looking at doing there is, as it talks into here, is using the ability of council under its old resolution from the subcommittee to apply to situations where ETS or trees need to be harvested. So it's not a direct cost per se, but it's factored into rentals for the clubs.
So are you saying that the tree felling is progressive, not all at once? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, well, the trees that have been planted that need to be removed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the allowance has been taken into the negotiations particularly for Thunder Ridge area. There's quite a bit in there. Because ultimately at the end of the day, it's the landowner that pays any penalty. But there are credits sitting within council's ETS credits, and that we can utilise those as per the resolution that was adopted by the Tech Park Subcommittee quite a while ago. Yeah.
Okay.
So effectively, it's not.
How much are we talking about now with the offset?
Perhaps the question, Councillor Coxhead, is so we'll utilise the credits, but we'll recoup that through rental income. Is that correct?
That's what.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Miriam.
Yep. And the credits we utilise are not all of the credits, so we're not giving them all to Thunder Ridge. So I don't think you should be concerned that we're using them all up on Thunder Ridge.
Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Watson, why has it taken so long to get to this stage? It's 2 years since Thunder Ridge came to us in the first place. And in the last 5 weeks with Glen Snellgrove, you've tied up the lease agreements for all the motorsport people up there. And the question is, why has it taken so long? Have you not got enough staff? Or what's the process? But it really does question, why are we so slow?
Okay, Miriam.
I think I can answer part of that question. Is I think a year was wasted because I think this proposal didn't come to council for that year, and it didn't come to you to consider. I can't answer why that didn't happen, but I think there was a whole year where that proposal was not raised with you. Peter, is that correct?
Yes, because it's third-party involvement, and we can't make third-party do things. There's a lot of politics within the motorsports area, and that is why it has taken such a long time. And as you can tell, it's very frustrating at our end as well. Bill and I have put in nights and nights and nights of negotiations, meeting in this office to try and move this stuff forward. And it's just equally frustrating with the politics that we were exposed to. And I think when I sat down with Roger and met him, I was trying to manage his expectations of how long it would take things to be done. And it's only when Glenn came along late in the piece that he managed to help them through, navigate the council process, which is in having the resource of Gary coming in to do it. Yeah, so quite taxing on staff of all the other issues we've had to deal with.
Yeah.
And I'd also like to say, I think we've progressed as fast as we possibly could. We had to change and get a charitable trust structure, and you had to go through all of those loopholes. I think we've pushed it as fast as we can. We have had some issues, but definitely on behalf of the staff, we've really made this a priority. So I wouldn't say we've been sitting on our hands, and I don't think that the Thunder Ridge crew would say that either. It's just establishing all of those things, because you are setting up something that's quite a big enterprise. And so I think we've done relatively well. And I think Peter and everyone have worked really hard on this.
Excuse me, Mr. Mead, don't get me wrong. I'm very supportive of the whole project. And sometimes it's just frustrating the length of time it takes. So.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Sol.
Yeah, basically, I guess I've just one question, and that is, are you people from Thunder Ridge comfortable with the actual agreement that we have presented with us today? You don't have any other issues there that concern you?
We're just working through the last issues. They're having a legal review. It's been a good process, I believe, with Gary involved, and yeah, we're comfortable where we're at.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to seek. Okay, Councillor Day.
Sorry, Mike, what club do you represent?
Thunder Ridge, so we're a sporting trust.
Sorry, I thought Roger said someone from Forward Drive Club was coming as well, but okay. I see in the Motorsport Management Group terms of reference that you've got a committee made up of representatives from each of the clubs, and also the council park manager or another delegated person. I was just wondering, I know it's been talked about in the past, the possibility of having an elected member on this management group as well, and just wondering what you guys as members think about that.
Nice pitch, Grant.
The elected members are quite have quite a bit to do with the the governance side of Tech Park from the council point of view, not necessarily the running of the motorsport operations. But do you think that would be beneficial to bring a voice back into the arena and then back to the council chamber?
I think that's a question for a different time, and I don't think we can put people.
We're approving this document now. I'm suggesting maybe making an amendment.
We're discussing leases here, not governance. So, yeah.
I think if you followed that through, you'd want an elected member on all of the committees of all of the organisations. I don't think that's practical, and we've never requested it. We've never required it in the past. So this is just consistent with all of the other organisations that operate up there.
Bill.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to comment on Councillor Daly's job application. There is sufficient flexibility within those terms of reference that we can co-opt other members if the group as a whole deems it appropriate. So I wouldn't rule that out, but it's certainly not ruled in at this time.
I do see that there is an opportunity to do that, but just wanted to raise the prospect that there could be benefits in such an arrangement. I know the other groups are fairly, I'm not sure if there's a similar sort of collective as in Tech Park to the same extent that we've got with the motorsport groups, but I know it's sort of like herding cats, it seems, in the past, but hopefully this all brings everyone together.
Okay, we get a bit off, Councillor, we're getting a bit off topic here. This is about the leases. Okay, so I've got Councillor Joyce next.
So Mr. Watson, the 33 years, I presume that's legal requirement for the avoiding some of the long-term lease implications, is it?
It is, but as I was saying before, by getting individual titles, that section under RMA where if you're going to go over 35 years is not applicable then.
Okay.
So that's the whole idea of going into individual lease terms, lease sites.
The annual base rental, forgive me for talking money, it's unusual for me. The annual base rental, I'm not expecting it to be revealed in public meeting, but is it significant, and where will that rental money go to?
The rental money is ring fenced within the tech park activity, as is like the forestry income. So we kind of ring fence anything generated within there stays within there to help, I guess, wash its own face, so to speak. So yeah, there are varying degrees what is significant, depends who you ask on what the rent is. But we've taken an approach where, and this is something that the individual clubs pushed, they didn't really want to be any worse off than what they were. That's what we needed to do to get this over the line.
So I guess more than peppercorn, I think would be the answer.
Can I just ask our two friends here, and thank you for setting up the trust. I know that was a bit of a discussion we had early on. But are you happy with the length of time? I mean, you've basically got 99 years, so I guess that's a pretty good chance to get your return back for the trust.
Thank you all for allowing us to come here today. Appreciate it. It's been a process. We have had to learn quite a bit about how council runs and operates. Certainly have to thank Miriam and Gary for coming on board and helping us through this. We're very comfortable with the lease as it is being presented now. And if you look at it, it's the same lease that every other club is getting under the TMI structure, which also means that if another club comes in as well, they will fit into that structure as well. So I think the long-term benefits for the tech park are there. We'll just work through it and put our amendments to the side what we require under the lease. And I think then it's all ready to sign, but we're very happy. Thank you.
There are a number of questions. So Councillor Elvin, Councillor Daly, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Sol. So we'll start with Councillor Elvin.
There's a saying that says the road to hell is littered with good intention. And I was just a bit concerned in some of the dialogue, the time it took. I'd hate to think that there was a group of uneasy bedfellows in this group at Tech Park. And I'd want to be really sure that council does not get left with unintended consequences with any fallout up there in terms of those leases. So I just want to be confident that there is an appropriate risk management solution in place, and maybe a situation if one falls, you all fall sort of situation. So I need to be satisfied that council's not going to be left with some unintended consequences because of your guys' conduct up there.
I can't answer for all the clubs, but I can say there's been a multitude of meetings that we've had and all the clubs, and you'll have to recall that these are clubs, right? And they're done on a non-profit situation, and clubs come and go. So I can't say if one's going to be there for 99 years or not. But I'd have to say at this point that all the clubs are 100% in favour of the lease and the way it's been worded and put forward in the final context.
Thank you. Councillor Daly.
Yeah, just a technical question. On the 4H number 4 rental agreement, outgoings, e.g. a portion of rates calculated on deforested area land value and the lessee's improvements. So can I get clarification that that means once this track is built, it's going to have quite a significant capital value, so they will be rated on a capital value basis consistent with the improvements? Is that what that states?
So that is what that is stating. It's basically saying that where's the new title comes on, gets created, it's going to be a new rateable title, and that the costs associated under our Rating Powers Act, whatever, will apply to the lessee.
Each lessee agreement will have its own title, or each
Correct.
lease agreement will have its own
Correct.
title, yeah.
So they'll pay a contribution towards any like rural roading, road or anything like that, anything that's required.
And if I can just say in response to Councillor Elvin's comment, I think in terms of we're building a motorsport track, that the road to hell is paved with good intentions rather than littered with good intentions. Anyway.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Daly. Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move the recommendations whenever you're ready.
Thank you. It was just Councillor Sol, and then we can do that.
Thank you, sir. The only other question I have is to do with our partner. Seems a common person in these chambers at present. How do they feel about this deal?
You mean
TCC?
Tauranga City Council? Peter, have they expressed an opinion?
Yep. The CEO and Bill and myself did a presentation to them December last year, I think it was, down there, and behind the scenes with the sub-regional parks relationship agreement, their view is that we as the lead agency enter into the lease and stuff, but they will sign it off at their executive level. That's my understanding. That's been agreed and communicated back to us from their staff.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor has moved it. Councillor Coxhead has seconded it. Any speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, it's a pleasure to actually get to this stage, Mr. Watson. I think we're all delighted. And the last item was one of cultural significance. This one completes the Noisy Boys attributes up there, but I suspect that an awful lot of women were going to enjoy it as well. And knowing that the experienced people that are behind Thunder Ridge, we can see that this is a national significant investment that's being undertaken. And I think we're very fortunate that they have chosen Western Bay to develop their project. When up there, to see the bulldozer is obviously computerized, setting out the trail for the circuit, and you see the rubbishy stuff that's around there that they've got to work their way through, it really is quite spectacular. And I think, sir, this is going to put Western Bay of Plenty on the map. And because on the motorsport industry, everybody knows about Batham, everybody knows about Taupo, and I think, and Christchurch, and you can't have Christchurch beating us. That's not good enough. So I'm very happy that we've got this far, and I look forward to the opening when we'll all be there, Grant.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just going to say that I'm fully supportive of Thunder Ridge, and this is the next step in the process. I don't want to labour this too long, but this is just sorting out the leases, which is a fundamental step. So I'm supportive. Councillor Coxhead.
I'm very excited about this. I think it's going to be a great asset for our region, and I think it's going to bring in plenty of tourism as well. And I also want to thank you for providing a daycare for husbands, and my husband will be attending. Thank you.
Okay, just bearing in mind the speakers now are just holding stuff from tea, but I'm going to go to Councillor Joyce first.
So I remember when it first came, we had some words about the structure. I'm very pleased we got past this, and I'm very excited for this project. I probably won't be spinning around there at speed. I'm not built for speed, but but congratulations on getting it this far and the hard work I know you guys have put into it. Also the staff, I'm not complaining about 2 years. I think it's quite quick because it's a major project. It's a major project with a lot of parties involved. And to negotiate that with the help of some former staff and contractors, but also our current staff and our current CEO, after a bit of a start where there wasn't always that support, I'm very pleased to see it get this far and look forward to seeing it operating.
Okay. I want to see, is anyone speaking against it? Because I do want to move things on a bit. Well, we don't need 10 people saying congratulations. So, Councillor Daly, go on.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to miss the opportunity to congratulate you guys, Roger and Gary and Tony. I think you've and Mike. I'm not. we wouldn't have got here without you guys, you know, getting the bit between your teeth and pushing us hard on this one. I acknowledge that there has been a bit of a hiccup over the last couple of years, perhaps, but glad that we've been able to bridge that hurdle and get back on track. So really look forward to the day when we can rev up our engines and get out there as well. So just fantastic that you guys have got the passion and the inclination and the financing to make this happen. So like I said before on the previous item that Margaret referred to, you know, development is not a bad thing. Development can be a great thing, and there's a time and a place and appropriateness for everything. So, and you've got the great, most appropriate place. And just like to remind everyone, you guys are in the Te Puke Eastern Makatu Te Puke ward of Western Bay Plenty District Council. So we will celebrate that fact, even though we might be a bit parochial in doing so.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. Miriam?
I just really want to thank the staff, past and present, for really working hard on this, particularly Gary, Peter, Bill, and also previous Chief Executive Glenn, as Deputy Mayor Murray Burge has said. So I think, you know, without that perseverance and thinking outside the square and trying to make things work, I think this wouldn't have happened. So thank you very much for that. And I look forward to having this wonderful new facility up at Tech Park. And I'll probably have a go around the track. Thank you.
Right. Does anyone else wish to speak? No. Okay, I'll put the motion. Oh, so Councillor Elvey, go on.
I don't want to be a bucket of cold water, though I will support this. This is a long lease of 99 years. It's forever. And I do want to caution the fact that we need to be very rigorous about the terms of our lease and the unintended consequences that come from the disposal of a number of pieces of land to diverse interests. So while I support it, I'd really think it's important that we look at that lease from the perspective that everything's going to fail, not that everything's going to succeed, so that we actually ensure that council's position's protected. I know that I don't want to interfere in the management side of things, but I just want to be satisfied that we've got everything tidy there, and I otherwise absolutely support this because it is great for the petrol heads. And I do want to recommend you let Grant run around there in his old 1959 Datsun Ute.
Okay, Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm one councillor that doesn't like hearing his own voice, but in this instance, you're going to hear it. I'm fully supportive of this. The Tech Park is a fantastic facility. I've been up there several times and wasted a ton of petrol, but had so much enjoyment and satisfaction from it. It was exciting. So I'm really looking forward to Thunder Park. I think it's going to make Thunder Ridge. It's going to make a huge asset to our district, and I'll congratulate you, and let's look forward to it.
Great, thank you. Okay, with that, I'll put the motion all in, so it's recommendations 1 to 5 and all those parts of it. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Coxhead. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate your time. So we'll now break for morning tea. Come back 11:20, please. Okay, welcome back from morning to everyone. We'll make a start. So we're on page 223, Local Water Done Well, Governance and Recruitment. Page 223. So I'd like to welcome Ariel and Adele, and of course our new CE, Kevin Lavery. So welcome. But perhaps you'd like to introduce this one, Adele or Ariel.
Through the Mayor, it is my pleasure to welcome Kevin Lavery to his first council meeting, now that he's been formally appointed to the role. Kevin's now been with us for the last 2 weeks, and I'm getting to see and hear from our people and getting to know the district as well. I might just hand over for Kevin for just a quick hello.
Good morning, everyone. Just brand new, got an apartment, sorting things out and getting out and about. Actually, this afternoon we're going to Waihi Beach and a few other facilities. So I think it's important to actually see some of the frontline staff and hear firsthand on some of the challenges we've got. Yeah, good to see you all.
So I'll let Ariel introduce the paper, and we're going to split what we're talking about today. So Ariel will be talking to the Joint Committee and I'll be talking to the board appointments.
Morena, Mayor and councillors. So as you know, the Joint Committee is an outcome of your decision regarding the establishment of the water organisation with Tauranga City Council. So we traversed the purpose and intention of the Joint Committee as part of the commercial terms that we went through. I just wanted to bring your attention to a couple of things. In the recommendations, we have identified the members for the Joint Committee, including 3 alternates. And we've also noted at point 6 the key points to note around the purpose of the Joint Committee. So just reminding the council that it is a recommendatory body only and does not have any decision-making powers. And in terms of the scope of that Joint Committee, that is outlined in the terms of reference, which is attached to the paper. So that's things in terms of the water services strategy and those types of matters. The shareholders can review the Joint Committee terms of reference as and when the shareholders see fit. And there's some other matters there that they can consider if they wish. And the shareholders have the power to appoint or remove an independent chair to the Joint Committee. And the members of the Joint Committee may recommend that the shareholders appoint that independent chair as well. So those, as I said, were matters that were addressed previously through those discussions. Happy to take any questions in regards to the Joint Committee itself.
Okay. Just are you going to introduce the other stuff as well, or was that just the first part?
Apologies, Adele is going to talk through the Board of Director appointments in that process. Yeah.
Okay, so if we start with the Joint Committee, then that probably makes sense. Councillor Coxhead.
Okay, so I have quite a list of questions here. Yeah, some of them are going to be quite easy to answer. Firstly, I am somewhat concerned that we have 3 alternates. I don't think that we need 3 on the committee and then 3 alternates. And I understand TCC have their mayor as ex officio. So already we're not looking the same. We're not in line with the others, or they're not in line with the others. I would imagine, or I believe Tangata Whenua also have 3 alternate members of the committee. And of course that involves an extra cost. Question here will be, maybe just note this question, I'll finish. What is the cost going to be? Because it'll be, you can't just be an alternate and just be subbed in when someone's away. You have to be involved in the meetings to be able to keep up to speed. So to me, that's 6 people out of this council and 6 out of Tauranga as well that have to be involved in this joint group. The other thing I have a problem with is my understanding was we would nominate people that, perhaps people who put their hand up or other people nominated people to be on this committee, and that's not what's happened. We've been presented with names and I happen to be one of them. And in actual fact, 5 of the 6, I'm the only outlier. I'm the only one who didn't vote for this. So I'm the only one with a slightly different view on things, potentially, not necessarily. I mean, it's a fait accompli now anyway. I certainly wouldn't be there to just be negative, but I would have actually liked to have known I was even being considered, and why am I the only one who may have more questions and more challenging questions potentially? I have an issue with that too. Yeah, I think, yeah, more the cost as well. Yeah, I just, the whole process I'm quite surprised with, and I'd like to know exactly what the other councils are doing and what the, sorry, council and Tangata Whenua are doing, and what is, yeah, what is the cost to this? The extra cost for the, well, 3 Tangata Whenua are already on the joint group plus the alternates, because like I say, you can't not go to the meetings. So I'm not sure if that's you, James, or if it's you, Ariel, it might be.
Well, I mean, my expectation is that we're not paying alternates if they're not the nominated, if they're not doing their job, as it were.
It'd have to be at the meetings.
No, I mean, you can, as alternates for lots of other joint committees, you keep up to speed with things, reading the agendas. You don't have to be in the meeting physically. But Ariel, did you want to add anything?
I guess I'll start with some of the initial questions that you had in terms of why 3 alternates. That was a discussion that was born out of understanding that at some point the quorum for each of the is 2, and so it was just intended to ensure that there was enough members from the shareholders to ensure a quorum. So that's the first point. The discussion that Tauranga City Council had was around the mayor being ex officio, and that applies to Mayor James as well. But at this point in time, we've noted Mayor James is a member of that joint committee. They did have a discussion around how they would manage that, and that looked like either one of the other members not attending if the mayor was going to attend, or through some process when they were having the meeting, that only 3 of the TCC members would vote versus, sorry, not vote, would make their position known regarding the content that was on the table at that time. So that was the discussion that they had.
Can I just perhaps add something to that one, because I have discussed this with Mayor Mahi. The rationale there is that he does not, like for the working group, he does not intend to attend most meetings. So his being ex officio just recognises the legal baseline, and so that is not my intention. Like with the joint working group, I do intend to attend most of the time. So to note me as being ex officio doesn't really achieve anything. So that's the rationale for that one. And like Ariel has said, if he is there, then they're only having 3 working members, if you like. So that's they're not getting an extra vote somehow.
So 7 people who can come in and out. We've got 6. And so
well, actually, what I understand is that we're actually trying to keep it reasonably tight so that we're not having vast numbers of people round a table. So it's
what's potentially 19 already. Might as well just have us all
they're not. It's not going to involve 20 people having a discussion. It is going to be the active members, and then if other people want to sit around the outside, that's fine. But yeah. No, so the alternates are not expected to attend. Yeah.
You couldn't keep up if you didn't.
You can. You read agendas.
Well,
There's all
same
kinds
thing. You're still spending time coming up to speed with all of this. I just think 3 is too many. And because somebody's already set a precedent.
I don't really disagree that 3 is 3 alternates is quite a lot, but it is what the other parties have now agreed to, as I understand it. So that's kind of where we are. Yeah, Ariel, did you want to go on?
I just wanted to respond to the other question in regards to the remuneration of Tangata Whenua members. So the intention is for a strategic pay review to be undertaken, and there will be a conversation in terms of alignment with the other remuneration that is currently paid to Tangata Whenua members on joint committees. So, for example, Tauranga City Council already have Tangata Whenua members on joint committees.
Yeah, okay. So we don't actually know what the meeting fees are, but to my point, so if you've got alternates, as we all have apparently, so if you've got alternates, 3 alternates, then they may not in person attend the meetings, but they've still got reading time, etc. as well. So there's still that, I would imagine. Yeah, okay. And the other thing is mileage. So am I correct in thinking that Kiritapu Ellen lives in Whakatane?
I'm sorry, I don't actually know where she lives.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
think
councillor.
she doesn't live locally. I may be wrong. I may be wrong.
One of the things that we have noted though is that the strategic pay information would come back for visibility for the councillors. So there'll be a time to look through that at a later date.
I would have really liked to have known now.
Yes, noted.
Deputy Mayor.
I'm trying to find it in here, and I read it last night, but I can't find it today. You talk about all the expertise that's required for the chairman and the directors of this board, and it's good that they're local. And the other one was, and then all of a sudden there's this diversity thing. And if anything gets crossed out, it should be that, because it's the best person for the job. I don't care whether they're gay, male or female, but you've got to actually make diversity doesn't mean a diddly squig.
Deputy Mayor, I think that's the next topic. We're starting for the joint committee rather than the board of directors.
Sorry?
We're talking about the joint committee rather than the
Yes.
board of directors at this point, okay?
Yes.
We'll come back to that. Councillor Ray and then Councillor Elvin.
So my question is similar to Tracy's, and now I don't want anybody to take any sort of personal offence to this comment, but I struggle with this membership. I'm looking at 3 points to it. First point would be, why is it that the mayor and the deputy mayor are members? And then secondly, there are two out of 3 people from the same ward, the Kaimai ward. And then the third point is 5 of the 6 are people that, as Tracy said, they were, in favour of this ward organisation. So I just wondered if there could be a brief comment about why around those 3. Otherwise, I will not be supporting that. But as I said, I don't want anybody to take a personal offence to that, because it's not a personal thing.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Look, when I'm trying to choose 3 councillors out of 10 of us, obviously you can't please everyone. There's got to be a certain amount of selection, and these are the people that I felt would do a good job for us. I don't think there's a huge need for a geographical spread, although I take the point. And I would note that Councillor Dinsdale, although she represents a district-wide ward, she is very much personally based in the east, and so can provide that input as necessary. Deputy Mayor.
I know Kevin Schuler told me that he and Martin Roseburn and Glenn Crowther are the councillors from Tauranga. And as for Deputy Mayor, one of the responsibilities is district-wide. And so along with the mayor, it's a district-wide role. And that's why the suggestion is there that I should be there.
Thank you. So I overlooked Councillor Elvin, if you Councillor Elvin.
Ariel, does that particular part of the Local Government Act that addresses these committees, which I'm just trying to find, it was in the report. It was one of the appendixes. The other thing that I thought we had discussed in the process is that we had the ability to amend those as part of our process, because I'm really conscious of the fact that I personally don't, I don't think that we have the need to have a cast of 40 people sitting in the room, and that the alternatives should be only there if a person is not attending. I certainly don't think they should be getting paid just because they're alternative. And I just want to know what part of the Local Government Act. It was one of the schedules to the Local Government Act, and I was just going to have a quick look at it because I thought we had decided that we needed to amend those provisions as part of the next stage of putting together the legal documentation. So just to start with that with me.
Thank you for the question. Were you reflecting on the terms of reference for the joint committee itself, or were you thinking of something to do with the board of
The
directors?
terms of reference provided that we need to go through and get together the core documents, constitution, all of that stuff. Included in that, I thought, was a discussion about the need to amend some of the provisions to the way this subcommittee will conduct itself, because that was permissible in terms of the Local Government Act. And what I was looking for was what the schedule was in the Local Government Act that set out the rules for that particular subcommittee, so I can have a look at it. Because a lot of discussion around the table, which is about stuff that may or may not be a hell of a relevant.
I think too, there will be some, it's possibly the schedule that's in Lugwema. Is that the one that you're thinking of rather than the Local Government Act?
Schedule 7, isn't it?
To the, Schedule 7 to the Local Government Act.
I'll have a look at that. Thank you.
It's a great read. Okay, Councillor Beach.
Yeah, look, I'm really trying to get my head around this alternative situation for a small group that should have been some representatives from council that probably should have been first and foremost put their name forward if they even want to go on the damn thing. That does hurt me. But in regards to, it looks like each one of the three members have got their own little shadow following them. And it just, I don't understand why. I could see the purpose in one alternative to fill the gap in to make the quorum, but I really can't see the need of having three. So that does scare me. And I don't think you actually asked the original question of are alternatives on the payroll or not on the payroll? Not so much for council, but obviously for other members.
I will respond to that through the mayor. So in relation to the remuneration that will be expected, as Ariel pointed out, it will be assessed by strategic pay, and the expectation is it is to fulfill the requirements of that role. If an alternative needs to stand in, they would obviously be entitled to that pay for that. So as I understand, it's likely to be on a per meeting basis.
Deputy Mayor.
I go right back to the recommendations, and one of them is that it's of low significance. And if ever there was a high significance, this is it. Council loses 42% of its role in local government, and we transfer that over to a CCO. And I think that should be acknowledged, is that is a very high significance. That's my first point.
Can I address that? Because I think that misunderstands the purpose of the recommendation. So this is about appointing councillors to a committee. I don't think that is high significance. No one outside this room cares about that particularly. The whole kaupapa, absolutely. In terms of who sits on a committee, struggling to say it's anything more than that.
I accept that, sir.
Sorry, another question. Do you have another question? I thought.
My other question was, and it's not in this, I'm not sure where I saw it, but an appointment organisation to appoint the directors and the chairman, that's something I think needs to be debated at this table.
We'll do that. I think Ariel's or Dale was going to talk about the direct appointments. So we'll come to that in just a moment. Was there anything about the joint committee? I can see Councillor Cox. Did you have an extra question?
Actually, I do agree with Margaret. There is a lot of community and public interest in who sits on this committee. So I know how you have gone through how we decide whether it's low or medium significance, but I actually think it was underrated myself. My question is around the alternates. So how do you select of the three which alternate comes in? Because I suspect my name might never come up anyway.
Sorry, how did I select the alternates?
Well, you know, is it beans in a jar? How is it?
Well, and there was members of the obviously working group, and then also I was actually conscious, despite what some may think, I was actually conscious of having some people who had previously dissenting views in there. So I've included you, and I've been impressed with how you approach things. So that's what I want to do.
No, that wasn't my question. My question is, when you need an alternate to step in, how do you choose who that is? So out of the three, how do you choose which one?
That
it
is a good question. I had
Yeah.
assumed it would be in the order listed here, but I hadn't really given it more thought than that.
Through the mayor, it obviously being in terms of availability, because it may be a late swap in. But what we would expect probably to be in the order, as pointed out by the mayor, and potentially having to the conversation today, at least someone who may be stepping in on a more regular basis with a bit of knowledge about what's going on. So
yeah, that is the unique situation here with having more than one alternate. We've never really faced this situation in other committees. So like, it is an odd situation. I don't think it's unworkable, but as I said, in my initial thought would be just in the order is written here, obviously depending on availability, as Adele has said. Councillor Sol.
Councillor Cox had asked my exact question.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps we should move on to the directors or the next item you had planned.
So the second part of the agenda today is in relation to the appointment of the board. So back in March, we provided to council the scope of the Water Organisation Board Skills Matrix. And as you'll see, there's kind of 9 quadrants under which we're trying to find people with some skills that will then, when come together, enable the board to operate effectively and also provide excellent oversight to the water's activities going forward. So we're looking to obviously approve that more formally today. And then once we've approved that, then we'll be looking to we're seeking a recommendation to appoint 3 board members, of which we'd like to appoint a chair. That chair would like to do as the first appointment, because best practice is that the chair is involved with the appointments of the other members of the board. We'd be looking to complete the board appointments of 5 in advance of our go live date of 1 July 2027. And included in there, we still need to agree who will be on that panel. It is looking to be 1 member from each of the shareholding councils and any other advisor as required, including, we'll be looking to include the new chief executive in that regard. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so we've signaled some questions already. Councillor Elvin, I think is first there.
Sorry, Adele, so you are suggesting here that a part of our process will appoint someone independent, and that perhaps the first step will be the appointment of a chairman who will form part of a panel that then assists in the appointing of other directors. Okay, and I don't see the need for the panel to go further than the SRF forum, perhaps with Kevin being involved in there anyway, because it all has to come back to us here. We're already paying plenty, but yeah, that sounds fine to me.
Yeah, I do note through the mayor that council have asked to see the shortlist of applicants this time, which would be appropriate.
Adele, I think we should give every council member the long list.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Daly.
We seem to have skipped over recommendation 8, approving the Water Organisation Board Skills Matrix. Were we going to take questions on that, or are we going to do that after we've done this one?
I, through the mayor, did mention that first, that we were going to approve the board matrix, and then we're also seeking to commence recruitment for 3 board members. So I did mention that first.
Councillor Coxhead.
But actually, Adele pretty much answered my question, and I'm pleased to hear that Kevin will be involved in the process, as he should be, in terms of the chair. I do feel like we've done this a little bit, I can't think of a polite way of saying it, upside down kind of way, in that normally it's the board chair that appoints the CEO. So I do find that a little unusual, just want to make that point. In terms of the skills matrix, I am not in favour of diversity, equity and inclusion being in there. I think best people for the job, and I think that ship sailed last government, and it's time we took that one out. I also would question local knowledge. I'm not quite sure how relevant that is in terms of the skills matrix either. I mean, by virtue of being here, some of the people will be local, but I don't think it makes you any less of a director if you're not. So, or any more valuable in my view. So I would suggest that one doesn't need to be there either. Seems superfluous to me and a little bit puerile.
They might live in Whakatane though.
Yeah, well, then they'd be wanting mileage, won't they?
Deputy Mayor.
I'm looking at point 14 and I can't support it. I believe that the number one position is the chairman of the board. And that should be endorsed by the council itself.
So, Deputy Mayor, could you just clarify which bit you're talking to? Because it doesn't seem to be.
On page clause 14.
Oh, clause 14, not recommendation. Okay.
And so it says a proposal from Johnston and Partners is provided in the confidential section. And this provides a fee estimate. And so here we are struggling to decide who the three will be, who should be on the shareholders group. And then we have an argument about who should be the alternative. And then and all we need is the chairman of the board, and the chairman of the board should have the influence on who the other director should be. That's normal practice. And here we are going through employing people again for no good purpose. So I'm really concerned. Am I the only one who thinks that way?
I think it'd be pretty normal to use a professional recruiter to help us with this rather than just picking names at random. I mean, it's pretty normal, I'd say.
So I just add to that, obviously we're working across two councils and we want to provide a bit of a pathway that enables people to put their name forward and have the independent assist in the coordination in the process. We do agree with you that we would anticipate having the board chair involved in the assessment of the other board members, Margaret.
I think the chairman is the really important position for this organisation, and to go to outside groups, or you say preferably local, that's another one that we've said, and we've got plenty to choose from within the local community. The man from Balance, for example, could do it, so we've
okay,
got,
rather than just suggesting names, which is a pretty unfair way of doing it, I think
I'll stick to the issue, sir.
yes, please.
Right. But we've got plenty of local people who could put their names forward. And this shareholders group should be the ones that are deciding whether or not it's suitable to be the chairman of the board. Then, having decided who it should be, they work with the chairman to decide who the other directors should be and their need to actually give a balanced view. So all I can see is we're going down a bureaucratic exercise that I see no good purpose for, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce?
Can I just, hopefully you've got this at the top of your head because I didn't actually warn you all, and perhaps Kevin's got it. The balance sheet of this organisation will be larger than this council, I'm guessing. Yeah, so we are not talking small beer here. We are talking about an organisation that is larger than this council. And therefore we need the best process possible. The idea of picking people we know, what some might phrase as a discussion over the coffee machine, is not a good idea. We need the best people we can get. Now, as part of that process, I would welcome anybody putting forward names of people they feel are good, because there is a pool of people with the required experience in our small country. But the idea of nobbling the process by having elected members decide, I do not agree with. This is really important. And if we get it wrong, then it makes all our jobs extremely hard. The company that we're looking to use for recruitment is the same company we used for the CEO recruitment of this council. And I never heard anybody complain about it then. But guess what? This job is bigger than CEO of our council. It's a bigger organisation. So I would prefer, I think there's two risks here. One is that we maybe spend a few $1,000s extra and for a good result. The other risk is we don't spend the money and we end up with a less optimal result. In terms of what's right for the ratepayers and the customers of this area, this rohi, actually the risk is in the second one of doing it on the cheap and then not doing it properly. And that to me would be unconscionable.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Right, there's any other questions? So perhaps we'll go to the next topic.
And what is the next topic?
Through the mayor. So I think you can move on with taking the recommendations because we've noted and had discussed the two matters, which were the approval of the board matrix, the appointment of the agreement around the recruitment of the board members and appointing Jackson Stone as our recruiter, and then in the board matrix. And following on from the joint committee work that Ariel talked to earlier in approving the terms of reference.
Thank you. So I'll offer any final questions that people may want to ask, and I recognise Councillor Ray.
Thank you. I just had a question around the board matrix. So when it says local knowledge, does that just mean like local knowledge of the Bay of Plenty? Like, because how does one have local knowledge of Waihi Beach and then the Mount and then Makatu? Like, you just can't. The word local knowledge, that I don't understand that. And then when it says health and safety, are we meaning health and safety of how to operate in a board space? Or are we meaning health and safety of water and like 3 parts of the water? Can you just explain that?
So in relation to the health and safety, there'll be obligations on the board across the actual entity in the way that they carry out, the roles and functions of the work that they'll do. So they will have to take that role seriously as a director. In relation to local knowledge, it would be best practice for a board to have knowledge of the area that it's responsible for. I understand what you're talking to, Councillor Ray. You won't specifically know everything in detail on all matters as it pertains to each particular town, etc. But generally, when you say that you'd like to have someone with local knowledge, that will help to better understand some of the characteristics and awareness for the rest of the board on certain matters. So.
The wording's great, but it's just a little bit broad. That's all. It kind of just means sort of anything in between in my mind, but thank you.
Perhaps a question from me is that I understand that TCC have already debated these issues and in point to Councillor Cox's view about DEI, did they take that out? I'm not sure you just clarify that, because I mean, if we agreed something different, then that doesn't fit. So perhaps we have a clarification on how are our recommendations compared to what they actually resolved.
Through the chair, so TCC amended resolution, that resolution to remove the words diversity and of gender and ethnicity from attachment 2.
Because I mean, if we say we want it and they don't, then kind of not matching up. So that's something to consider anyway. Yeah. Was there anything else apart from? No, that was it, wasn't it?
That was it.
Okay, thank you. Right, a couple more questions. So Councillor Daly and then Councillor Elvin.
I'd like to foreshadow a couple of amendments to these recommendations. I'm happy to wait till questions are finished.
Almost there. Anyway, Councillor Elvin.
Adele, is it your understanding that this matrix is the range of people we need to be thinking about and give thought to as to who might be directors? But in the end, the weighting around what is in the best interest of the company is what's important, so that none of these issues on their own should be overriding who's best for the job. So I would think that, for example, health and safety might rate somewhere down the list compared to asset and infrastructure management. So these are matters to be considered, I understand, not to be considered in equality, but to be matters to be considered as the range that needs to be given consideration to.
Through the mayor. So yeah, absolutely. And some things will be more important than others, and some, you might actually have to bypass it with, we acknowledge that there might be a need to bring in advisors if there's a certain matter where the board don't have the information that they need. And Kevin may also like to talk to that point as well, but certainly we're cognizant it's not an equal weighting.
Kevin, do you want to add?
I think on the health and safety point of view, I think it's just the legal responsibilities as a director you need to remember. But it's pretty obvious there are 3 or 4 big issues: the water reform, operating a utility organisation well, working in a sensitive political environment. These sorts of things are going to be crucial going forward to make it successful. So they're not all equal. I think that's right. But it's trying to cover the whole thing and looking at the board as a team alongside the executive.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Deputy Mayor.
Kevin, could I ask you, are you the bridge between the directors and the ratepayers? What actually will your role be? When we met you at the Towers, the view was that we have major issues of growth in our area, and who decides which priority the directors will do that, but how do you actually help them with the process that they've got?
I think the first thing I would say is it's actually the councils through the statement of expectations who set the direction of travel for the company in effect. So the directors need to look at the direction of travel and priorities that you are setting. So if, for example, affordability is going to be a big issue and priority for you, which I would imagine it would be, my job would be, how do we actually do that on the ground in practical terms? How do we translate that into a series of things that deliver it? And I would be advising the board on those things, but the council should set the direction of travel for the new water services entity, and where the red lines are, what the priorities are overall, and then I will work with the board to say, actually, how do we do that on the ground?
For example, if a developer wants to do something, and what would your role be in making sure that we coordinated local advice plus the directors?
Yeah, so I think that's quite a complicated area. There are a number of things. I think the first thing we've got to do is we have 2 slightly different approaches from the 2 councils in terms of development contributions and financial contributions. So one of the things we'll need to do is harmonize that going forward. I think the second thing is, even though we are becoming a separate organization, it's very important that we're joined at the hip with both councils, and that, if you like, you are the front door for a developer, not the new water organization. We're behind the scenes, and we'll work with the transport engineers and the planners and all of the other professionals in a joined up way. And I guess the third thing would be around, with financial contributions in Western Bay, are they sufficient to cover the costs of that infrastructure for that development going forward? These are all the things that we need to address. But I guess in simple terms, we would want to be joined up with the councils so that it's not a series of silos, but it's a joined up approach, that we are there to help development happen and do it in an effective way. And that will probably require some change in terms of how the two councils are currently operating and harmonising that over time. We wouldn't just go away and do that in a closed meeting room. We will talk to you about that and what the options are and what the implications are as we go on the journey.
If I could, so if a development was to occur within Western Bay and it required stormwater, wastewater, etc., would you be the link between the board and the council advising that, yes, we can provide those three factors, and then for council to get on and do what it wants to do? But your role would be, yes, we can provide those three issues, and I'm just trying to figure out how will it actually work.
So I think the board would need to set the, if you like, the policies and direction for those things in the context of what the council's priorities are. And our job as a staff team would be to make that happen on the ground. So the board would look at the harmonisation of financial contributions and development contributions from TCC and Western Bay. But the actual application of that would be with the officials, yes, and they would report to me. And I will do that in a way that is joined up with the resource management processes and the engineers you have on council.
And just to add to that, council will still be undertaking the growth planning side of things. And so there will still, the teams would still be talking to each other about what that looks like and whether service provisions are going to be happening in the future. And that you will be receiving an infrastructure framework coming out shortly about some of these connections moving forward.
So if I just one more, we have a quite issue with cross-border issues with our lovely neighbours, and you will land right in the middle of that. So do you have a comment?
I think we better keep this on topic, Deputy Mayor. This kind of, we're talking about setting up a joint committee and hiring or appointing members to that. The cross-border issue is a complex one and not really what we're thinking about today.
Well, we'll need to sort it at some stage.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Councillor Joyce.
Can I just ask, bearing in mind the concerns raised by Councillor Coxhead and the changes made by Tauranga City, which I guess is to our recommendation 8, can we see those on the board? Because I take the Mayor's point that if we're not joined up, and we've already had the same concerns expressed here, it would be helpful if we were able to join those up. And the second question is related to what the Deputy Mayor's been raising. I agree. Today may not be the day, but it would be good to have in some way in a meeting a chance, once Mr. Lavery's got his feet under the table a bit longer, to actually talk through some of this in a way the public can learn about it as well. And I realise that's not today, but at some stage it would be good if it's possible, please.
Thank you. What I will say about, I do agree, perhaps we can have the recommendations on the screen. There are 2 more recommendations to insert a new 7 and 8, so that the old 7 becomes number 9, etc. And those are to appoint the Tangata Whenua members as members of the Water Organisation Committee, those being Hakopa Tapiata, Kiritapu Allen and Kylie Smallman.
Through the Mayor, we won't be doing those appointments at this point in time, not today.
Okay. Not sure what happened there, but
no, we're just following process in terms of who will be responsible for them, and that will be through TCC. So they'll undertake their appointment process first before we do.
Okay, I'll be adding those on. Right. Anyway, do you have the recommendations on the screen? That might be helpful anyway.
And if we could see the Tauranga alteration as well.
Yeah, that's
Are we taking these one by one or all together?
I was going to split them up. How we do that is we can work our way through.
This one that you're modifying is one I was going to propose, and the exact wording is with the removal of the words gender and ethnicity.
suggestion there.
Under recommendation 8. Yes, this is the exact wording from TCC's meeting.
Yes, we've used the wording from TCC in that resolution.
Is that your
one?
Yes, it is. Well, I know, do you want to do
Yeah,
one
wait,
at a time?
one at a time. Councillor Daly, do you have another change
Okay.
you want to make?
Well, the other one will be going back to recommendation 5 and appoints the following Western Bay Planning District elected members as members of the water organisation. And I'm not sure exactly how to do this, but the way TCC did it, where the mayor would be appointed ex officio and then 3 other members, and that requires a nomination for a 3rd member to this first group. I could make a suggestion, but I'm open to, I don't want to get in trouble with anyone for doing that.
Councillor Alvin, did you want?
With all due respect to what Tauranga City Council's doing, I really don't care. From my point of view, this is such a significant organisation and its setup is so important that I would personally think it's almost remiss of the locally elected mayor to not be part of that committee. The fact that Mahi decides to be ex officio is his decision. But given the level of resources going over and the importance of it from a political perspective, I find it very difficult to accept that the mayor should not be one of that committee, at least in the first place. And any comment about being ex officio is just, in my view, an abdication of the role of the mayor. Now, it's my personal opinion, no disrespect to the decision that TCC has made and that Mayor Drysdale has made, but that would be my position loud and clear with respect to our joint committee appointment. As to the other 2, you can please yourself as far as number 3 goes. It's going to be a hell of a lot of work, and we either get this job done really, really well with a degree of excellence, or we end up with egg on our face. So I think it's a very difficult role.
I will just clarify, I'm an ex officio member regardless of whether I'm on that list or not. So that doesn't even need to be resolved. Mayor Mahi was signalling, and I've discussed this with him, he won't be turning up to the majority of the meetings. So it made sense. And look, that's his choice. I will be turning up to the majority of these meetings. So that's my choice.
Do I have a second? Do I have a seconder on that?
Well, yeah, I've got a motion yet. So yeah, I want to tease out some things where there's, rather than having lots of amendments, we just tease out where there is common ground, and then we can consider an amendment or a move if you so wish. But Councillor Cox.
I tend to have some sympathy for what Councillor Daly is proposing, given, and I can't pretend that I know why Mayor Mahi's decided what he's decided, but it would seem to make some sense to me with regional deals, council amalgamation, dare I say it, and all other things that will be going on, plus the transfer, etc. I would have thought, James, it might be to your advantage to go along with that suggestion. I would think, yes, you might have the intention of being there at most of the time, but I still would think it probably worked to your advantage. And the other thing was, I was going to ask about when are we going to ratify the decision of Tangata Whenua, and we're not doing it today, so when are we?
I'll make another comment while we're waiting.
Let Adele answer first.
So through the mayor, we're just looking at the dates now. The Tauranga City Council meeting is happening on the 12th of May. And as the party who's responsible for the administration, they need to appoint that first, because they're also looking at the process behind it, and then we can look to do the appointments. Our following meeting is the 28th of May.
So have they already ratified the decision?
So it's all about timing. So the meeting was last Tuesday, and we were only notified of the recommendations on the Tangata Whenua members on Friday.
And were they approved by council?
No, because it
No.
wasn't part of their meeting. So
Right.
it's all to do with the timing of meetings at this point in time.
But I would like to clarify though, and perhaps this is what's been thought, that as a joint committee, surely we have equal say
Yes.
in appointing
Which is where I'm going.
external members. I don't see how being the administrative body has anything to do with this. The administrative body, that's about, who takes the minutes and things, but that's nothing to do with who's a member or not. I mean, if the answer is we don't know, then fine, we can work on that, but.
Just following on from that point, I do have some considerable difficulty with what it means. Is, to me, there are 3 from each council. That's not 3 and the mayor turning up ex officio, and I'd have some considerable difficulty with that. That just doesn't ring true with me, and I think we've got the power within the schedule to modify those rules. But to me, the mayor's either on there or he's not on there because it's a significant role. And if he's not on there, he can be an alternative, or perhaps ex officio, he can turn up and find a little cubbyhole to sit in the back of the room. But I think we need to be careful about what actually this committee is set up to try and achieve and not hamstring it before it starts. So I've just got an issue with how TCC have approached it, their business, but it just doesn't seem to me to be consistent with those things we have discussed in those earlier principles. But who would be surprised that the pitch is actually queered by those guys?
Because just to clarify, and I'm not going to comment on how they've chosen to set their membership up, but I have discussed this with Mayor Mahi, and they're not somehow getting an extra vote. There's not going to be 4 members. If he's there, then one of them's not there.
So in effect, he's actually an alternate, except he's a preferred alternate.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think we're just going to be tangled up in the language. Mahi is an alternate, and he will pull rank to be the preferred alternate if he wants to. And that's fine. I think that's entirely appropriate.
Might not care about the number, but it does give them 7 to our 6.
No, it really doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
And Robin's just reminded me, the
Oh,
only
okay.
difference it does make is that
Okay.
as an ex officio, it doesn't count towards a quorum.
Not a very trusting person.
But that's a minor issue, I think. Right. Deputy Mayor was next.
Can I actually just finish because it's relevant to what you just talked about?
Are you raising a point of order?
Well, I did have my hand up, and I am still talking to the same thing you just discussed.
Okay. Councillor Daly.
The reason I raised this is because I did watch the meeting where Tauranga City made this decision, and Mahi made the comment in introduction to this point, explained how ex officio worked, and said, as ex officio, I do expect to have a role, especially at the big decisions. Now, despite the fact that it's a recommendatory body, this is Mahi's expectation that he will be there whenever a big decision on this joint committee will be made. And when I say decision, we know it's a recommendatory consensus position. And like it's already been said, if he was present, then one of the others would step down from the table. So, and another point he made, while I've got the microphone, is in his appointments to the joint committee, he said 3 or 4 joint committee members were on the joint working group, and I believe that continuity is a good thing. So I just want to put his perspective on this thing anyway, but I think the comment about people that performed well have been rewarded with places. So I guess that means I didn't perform very well on the joint committee. So I'm not sure what to make of that. But anyway, I'm happy with that. Happy not to be part of this. I'm not nominating myself for any position on this thing.
Okay, thank you. I'm not getting into personal appraisals in a public meeting. Right. So we have a Deputy Mayor, sorry, I'll come back to you.
I'm a bit lost. Where are we at?
We're about to start seeking movers and seconders, so we'll go on to that. Or did you have a last question? Don't fully have to.
I'm concerned about Mahi thinking he can come in at the right time. I think it's really important that the leadership of the council is there and the experience has to come into somewhere along the line. So I'm disappointed that Mahi is deciding that he's superior and that can come in at some later date. It doesn't add up to me. So that's their problem. But for our point of view, it is not something that we should actually be guided by. We should do what's right in this table.
Okay, I think we're at
And
the
it would be wrong if you weren't there.
Thank you, appreciate that. But I think we're getting into sort of debating it now, so I think we'll seek some recommendations. Okay, well, I'll just go through a few at a time. So I think
I was going to suggest I move 1 to 4.
And is that with the new? No, that's
No,
okay.
that's the easy bit.
Okay. Councillor Joyce has moved 1 to 4. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor? Any debate on this one? No? I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
Any clarification, because this is in
No,
contradiction.
I've put the motion.
This is in contradiction to my resolution 8 that we've already presumably approved.
No, that's the skills matrix.
The terms, the board matrix, is that not part of the terms of reference?
No.
Okay, just clarifying.
No, it's not. Anyway, listen, I've put the motion, so you can't stop changing things now. So I've put the motion. All in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. I miscounted. Did someone abstain?
No, Darlene's not here.
Oh, Darlene's, of course. Thank you. Okay. Right, thank you. Recommendation 5, that we appoint to the joint committee myself, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Elvin. Would someone like to move that, please? Deputy Mayor? Happy to second it. Debate? No? Okay.
Sorry, James, can you clarify that? Sorry, Graham was whispering in my ear.
Okay. Recommendation 5, appoints to the joint committee myself, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Elvin.
So,
and it's been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by myself.
Can I propose my amendment at this point?
You certainly can.
I would like to amend the recommendation to the effect that the mayor is a member, ex officio member, an additional member be appointed to under this recommendation.
Do you have a name to suggest?
Well, like I say, I didn't want to preempt anything, but you could either bump up someone from the alternate list or bring in someone else potentially.
Well, I think unless you have a name, it's kind of.
Okay, I'd like to nominate Councillor Beach.
Okay. Is there a second?
I wouldn't want it to fail on the fact on any particular person being appointed to this. I don't want that to be a reason for it to be rejected because it's felt that the council I've nominated is the reason for the rejection.
So the only thing you want is for me to not be a member.
Yeah.
Cheers, Grant. Okay, so Councillor Daly has moved that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Coxhead. Speakers? Deputy Mayor.
It's the dumbest thing that anybody could recommend. And in my opinion, for goodness sake, let's get on with the job and do things properly. The mayor should be part of the group And I think for Councillor Beach to be thrust up there, the poor man's just been on council a few months, and I think it's overwhelming for him. So I'm totally opposed to that recommendation.
Okay, I think we better let Councillor Beach speak for himself on that matter, but okay, appreciate your comment.
Hey, look, I'm totally honoured and humbled by the opportunity to be nominated. But if there's a fitting person, I believe that should be up there, and that would be Councillor Coxhead instead of myself. So I would like to relinquish or decline my nomination and actually ask Councillor Coxhead if she was happy to step up for that.
Point of order, sir. I specifically said that the appointment of an additional member was not part of this recommendation.
Well, let's just adjourn, just check things. It's getting complicated. Just hang on a sec.
The arguments against are based on the nomination of Councillor.
I just adjourned. Just hang on. Okay, so Councillor Coxhead and Councillor Daly, are you happy that that is the amendment you are proposing? Okay, I'm not sure if that's fully in line with standing orders, but I think it's best if we deal with it this way. Okay, so it's not Councillor Beach, it's someone. Okay, so Tracy, Councillor Coxhead.
And I support this not because of anything ill will to you, for example, Mayor. It's purely around the practicality of it and the mirroring of what's actually happened at Tauranga Council, from my point of view. I don't know if I'm speaking to the other part where I am. Am I speaking to that bit now? I'm not. We're just doing your bit.
We are just doing recommendation.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, no, it's nothing. I think it's just a more practical measure, given how things will go work-wise and workload-wise. So that's why I'm supporting this.
Yep, thank you. Other speakers, Councillor Elvin.
I've already expressed my view on this, that I think this represents a significant proportion of our assets, both in terms of volume and size. That the mayor was, unlike the mayor from TCC, was involved the whole way through the process and attended every meeting. Mayor Mahi attended one, as far as I'm aware, perhaps the last one. So maybe he attended two. And I'm not sure that Mayor Mahi is anything other than an alternate with a fancy name. And I think that that's been alluded to by Mayor James. If this is an issue about the workload of our mayor, and I think that is a valid consideration, then that discussion should be had about other portfolios he should relinquish rather than this one. And that's just my view. And there may be some validity in his workload, but this would not be one of those that I would see relinquished. I would be suggesting that some persuasion went to the mayor as to him relinquishing other roles. So I will be voting against this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce.
He stole the words right out of my mouth. I was concerned at the beginning of the training that the mayor seemed to appoint himself to just about everything, but I would not take his worship off this one. This is an important job and it needs the leadership of the council to be there and to be engaged, to be fully engaged. The idea of being ex officio basically means not fully engaged, and that seems to be the way Tauranga is looking at it, and I'm not going to criticise or speak to that because that's up to them. But yeah, I do think there's an issue with the mayor being appointed to just about everything, and we need to address that. But this is not the day to address that. This is too important.
Councillor Daly.
Yeah, the reason I made this recommendation is not to diminish the mayor's role on our committee in any way. It is simply an equitable response to Tauranga City's position, because effectively it does give them
Point of order,
An
sir.
extra
The amendment doesn't have a right of reply.
I haven't spoken to it
Hasn't
yet.
spoken yet.
Sorry.
Aaron Castellano.
So I fully expect that the mayor would be involved in these joint committee meetings, and as such, any additional person that was appointed under point 3, 5.3 to replace him on this initial 3 would probably step down, or anyone else, depending on the nature of the discussion at the time, to make sure that you've got the best 3 people at the table at any one time in these negotiations. Because as we know through the joint working group, they can be very fraught, and the purpose, I think, of this group is to keep Tauranga City honest. There's been numerous discussion during our council meetings to make the big decisions about our council's mistrust of Tauranga City Council in our dealings in setting up this organisation. So I just see it as a practical measure, and I fully expect Mayor James to be present at every meeting. It just gives us another option. It matches what Tauranga City's put in play here. And I would like to re-quote what Mayor Mahi said: as ex officio, I do expect to have a role, especially at the big decisions. Now, that in itself indicates that, you know, he sees the joint committee as a decision-making body, not a recommendatory body that comes back to council for ratification. So we need every weapon in our arsenal to when we're going up against Tauranga City. Ultimately, we will be in a position where we'll have a professional board of directors, a CEO running the show, and our role will be to step back and watch them deliver what we expect them to deliver.
So can I ask Councillor Daly a question?
No, we're in debate.
I
now,
just
so-
want to ask him a question, really.
No, I think we better keep it to debate. Any other speakers? Councillor Saul?
Yes, sir. I too have concerns both ways. I think it's been well put in many directions here. And so I sit a little bit straddling the barbed wire. But the situation, I believe the mayor, as you are and have been so active, really requires you to be there. The problem is, I have, and I think anybody that sits in this chamber now has very little trust in some things that come out of Tauranga City. And mirroring their position is possibly just something to be, shall we say, a smart chess move. And I take those statements, which have been given to us from the meeting the other day, and I look at them and they basically totally reaffirm what happened in this chamber only a couple of weeks ago, and how we got led relatively down a bit of a false path. Quite correct, but misleading. So I just find this one, I think I will vote for the amendment.
Thank you. Any other speakers? You have, yes, and you don't get another chance. Councillor Ray, did you have? No. No, you don't have to. Sorry. Sorry, did you wish to speak? No. Okay. I'll just say a few things. I've been involved in the joint working group for some time, and it's, as has been mentioned by Councillor Elvin and others, you know, this is an important group, and I fully intend to be part of it. And as such, going with it, the ex officio route doesn't achieve anything in particular. My workload is for me to consider, but I will note that later in this agenda, you can see I'm stepping down from the Tauranga and Western Bay Joint Transport Committee, and also the Public Transport Committee has been rolled into the RTC as well. So, you know, I'm conscious of my workload, but this is an important one for me, and so I'll be attending. So with that, I'm going to put the amendments, been moved by councillor Daly, seconded by councillor Coxhead. All in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The amendment is lost. So we move back to the main recommendation, which is to appoint those members as on the board. Is any further debate on this one? No? Okay, in which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Okay, we'll have a raise of hands. All in favour? Okay, all in favour, please raise your hands. So this is for myself, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Elvin. Okay, if you're all in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not okay. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. For goodness sake.
I find it very reluctant. I find it very, very difficult to vote for myself in this if the majority of the people.
Okay, we can't actually, we're not debating it any further. It's for all, the only rational choice is to use my casting vote to approve it. So it's carried. Thank you. Okay, now we move to recommendation 6, which is the alternate members, which are Councillor Joyce, Councillor Coxhead and Councillor Dinsdale. Would I have a mover and seconder for these, please? Deputy Mayor, seconder. Councillor Beach, you want to discuss these? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Raise hands then. All in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. All those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Declare the motion carried. So we now move to recommendation 7. The council notes that the full terms of reference for the Water Organisation Joint Committee will be updated with the names of all committee members following confirmation of the committee members by Tauranga City Council and the appointment of Tangata Whenua reps. I'm a mover and seconder for these, please. Councillor Daly.
Could I ask a question on this one?
Sure.
The last 5 words, 6 words, are we making a decision in a knowledgeable position? We know who the committee members of Tauranga City Council have appointed, but we don't know who they've appointed in terms of Tangata Whenua reps yet. So do we need to remove that from this resolution because it's coming back to a future council meeting?
I don't think so, and it's just that we're putting the names in terms of reference. So we're not saying who the names are. We're just saying we'll put the names in.
There was a question about whether we had a say in that or not, or where.
That seems like a live question, but what we're resolving here is that we put names, whoever they might be, and however they might be decided, into the terms of reference. Have I got that correct, Ariel?
Through your worship, what the commercial terms said that were endorsed and approved by the council on the 24th of March was that there would be an appointment of the Tangata Whenua members rather than approval process. So all of that recommendation there is saying that once we have that process completed, that the terms of reference would be updated. And that's the purpose of that.
Which I think is a
Just
pretty
allow us
basic
to do that.
administrative point, but
Yes.
hopefully it's pretty straightforward. So can I have a mover and seconder, please? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Joyce, any debate? No, all in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Okay, that's carried. Recommendation 8, that's the one with the change in it. Just have that on screen. A bit late for that one. Number 8, so it's a skills matrix, and we've taken out the words gender and ethnicity from the diversity inclusion sections. Can I have a mover and seconder for that, please?
I've already indicated that I would like to move that.
Sure. Okay. So Councillor Daly and Councillor Coxhead. Okay. Any debates? No. Yep. Councillor Elvin.
I do find it quite circular, this, and I think it's probably more virtue signalling from this council than anything else. We're not allowed to not elect anybody on the grounds of the lack of their ethnicity and gender. So by taking it out, I find it just an unusual sort of approach, because in a legal sense, we can't just vote against people purely because of their diversity and gender in particular. So you can take it out if you want, but I can't support it as a motion simply for those reasons. It's circular.
Okay, Councillor Joyce.
I hear what Councillor Alvin's saying. We would get people best in their merits, and by definition, that almost guarantees you're going to have some diversity of thought on there. But in this case, I'm not one to just match up with Tauranga, but I don't see the point of having a pointless debate later on their difference versus ours, because we'd have to resolve that somehow. So in this case, bearing in mind that it means very little, I'm happy to match up to them just to save a bit of time and jawboning.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Deputy Mayor.
I'm happy to support the amendment. I said all along that diversity was not an issue that should be taken into account. It's the person for the job has to be the best there is. And regardless of what their ethnicity, regardless of what their gender is, or anything else, I think the number one thing is the best person for the job. So I'm happy to support the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Daly.
Look, I did watch the Tauranga City meeting. You can see I've been inspired by them, or maybe influenced.
Okay, let him speak, please.
So just to quote Councillor Morris, who proposed this: genitalia and who your grandfather was are irrelevant in this context. These are immutable characteristics. You don't acquire, you are born with them. So we are appointing through this board skills matrix a professional board to deliver value for our people, and the much talked about value for money that this whole proposal was sold on, and not to design a Health New Zealand poster 2016 style in 2026. So thank you, Councillor Morris, for inspiration on this one.
Thank you, Councillor Sol.
Basically, sir, I just feel the same. I don't care where, who they are, if they're the best people for the job. I think if you leave it in the matrix, it means somebody can say, but we need to do this because it's in our matrix. What we've done is removed an area that really could prove to be a little bit of an issue somewhere, and maybe not lead to the best person being appointed.
Thank you. Councillor Coxhead.
Yeah, I have an issue with this, having come from, well, being a woman in senior leadership in a corporate role, and they used to talk about quotas on boards, and I was trotted out in my first week in one role as the diversity person, only because I was female in a world full of men. Now, I have never ever felt threatened in a men's world, and I don't believe we need quotas for things like that. I think it's the best person for the job, and if you've got the grit, you get the job.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
Division, thanks.
Okay, all those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Against? So Elvin, I declare that carried. So now we move to, I think we can do the rest of them in one go, probably, can't we? So 9, 10, 11, and 12. So that's about the recruitment of the board members using Jackson Stone. And a report will come back about remuneration for Tangata Whenua. Councillor Joyce, Councillor Coxhead, debating? No. Put the motion, all in favour, please say aye. Against? It's carried. Okay. Right, that's that item finished. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Ariel and Adele. I'll just get a couple more done and then we can then we'll have lunch, okay? So we'll move to page 244, which is the strategy and policy planning work program, page 244. Emily, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. This is something we've previously workshopped, so hopefully fairly familiar. The second attachment provides an overview of the work that we've completed since January last year. And the first attachment sets out the recommended work program going forward. So I think today is just really about confirming the list that you're comfortable with that rather than necessarily getting into each of the projects.
Thank you, Emily. Councillor Joyce has a question.
Sorry, I'm just trying to work out the time frame for this. I'm sorry if it's in here and I've missed it. But you do say over the coming 12 months, I guess, but there's a couple of things that over the next 12 months that we're going to have to do a lot of work on. And I don't know if they fall within your remit or not. One is the future of the council beyond waters. And we don't seem to have a work program for that, but we talk about it occasionally, but we don't actually have a plan to how we're going to do that at a governance level or a staff level. So I think it's really important to know where that's up to. If it's not in the policy and planning team's remit, then we need to know that and we need to know whose remit it is in. Because that's pretty much the number one task over the next 12 months, much more important than many of these things. The second thing is I'd like to know where the planned rating review fits into this, if at all, or is that in for the following year?
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. I'll give turn to Miriam.
Councillor Joyce, in terms of the first query, yes, I can confirm that that remit would be with the new Chief Executive in discussion, obviously, and in working with all of the other GMs and including strategy and policy, but I think it should be led by the new Chief Executive. And so the other comment I would make on that is that if you've had a read of this in detail, you will understand there's quite a lot in the work program, and there are other things that will come in unexpectedly that we will have no control over. My view is that that's a very ambitious program to achieve, and if there were other things to come in, I think that some things would fall off. So I'm just making a comment there that there's an awful lot in that program, and you have a really big item and probably a couple of other things that will come from a change in government or whatever, if there's a change. So all I'm saying is it's very ambitious.
No doubt it will be tweaked as we go or amended, but we'll see how we go. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Elvin, then Councillor Sol.
I'm in support of Councillor Joyce. We've gone through an annual planning process and the waters didn't get a mention. We've now got this piece of work and it's only peripherally mentioned. To me, if there's one thing we need to do in the next 12 months is right-size our organisation based on those changes. And if everything else drops away and we get one thing done, then that to me is the most important. So I'm supportive of being right on the top of the list.
Thank you, Councillor Alvin. Actually, I will pick up on one thing. Your second question, which was about the rating review. I can't recall where that was sitting in the plan.
So there are some specific projects included in the work program that do kind of relate to the rating review in terms of the proposed work on the commercial differential and how that affects some people. But the broader rating review is yet something that we need to scope in terms of what you want to achieve in the coming 12 months versus what makes more sense following a waters transition, because obviously that's going to be quite a significant change to our rating system. So it's not specifically mentioned, but it is definitely something we'll be exploring as we go through the long-term plan process in terms of where you would like to head and how we can respond to that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sol and Dali.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, over the years I've watched, and the work program is huge. When I looked at this, I thought, wow, it's massive, and there are other things to come into it. I want to clarify something for myself. We have it headed up there, 10.4 strategic policy and planning work program. Is that strategic, separating it from a general policy work program? That would be number one question. And then if it isn't, or well, whichever way, it's one that of course is dear to you and I, it's still about the roadside tree policy, which otherwise is kicked down the road again.
Okay, Emily, please answer that.
So it basically relates to the policy and planning team and the environmental planning team, and also our strategic advisors across resource management and smart growth, and also spatial planning. So it's quite a large number of staff. It's about 20 staff in total that will directly deliver on this work program, but obviously working with other staff across the organisation, depending on the nature of the work that's being progressed. And the street tree policy is included on the work program.
Thank you. Councillor Dali.
Emily, can you provide a bit more? I know we've talked about this in a workshop, but the Belk Road urban growth area, maintaining a watching brief, but decision points to come on how to proceed following Tauranga City Council desktop feasibility assessments. You know, that has quite big implications for us. And are we active participants of this, or are we just simply following their lead, and we're likely to receive a request for another boundary change as a result of this, or are we in the driver's seat, or are we in the back seat on this one?
I can confirm we're not in the driver's seat, and that is not something that we are concerned about in terms of this is work that they are really keen to progress, and they are investing significant resource and funding into doing this work. We are involved in terms of being kept up to date with where they're at. When they've reached the point of completing their feasibility work, that will be a point where there's more of an opportunity, I think, to look at the next steps and how that might roll out. Because if it's not feasible, then it won't go much further.
So would it be fair to say they've progressed past desktop feasibility and in terms of physical feasibility, or still at the desktop stage?
Our understanding is it's still at the desktop stage, and it's an internal project at this stage. There hasn't been any, community engagement or anything like that. That's to come further down the track if they reach this first kind of milestone.
Councillor Ray.
I'd just like to ask, why have we got regional deals there and then there's a separate one for Te Kainga? Like, shouldn't that just be under the same subheading of awaiting the decision from central government?
They're separate projects.
Yeah, you're right. They are very interlinked. I guess we had Te Kainga as a separate work program item previously, so we've just carried that forward. But as you're aware, next steps on that is very contingent on the regional deal.
So that's not saying then that if we, for some reason, did not get accepted for a deal, that we would still proceed with Te Kainga? Is that what that's saying?
It's in the 30-year program. My guess is it wouldn't happen very quickly.
Yeah. I think once we know the outcome of the regional deal, we will be able to consider that against work program items and whether they need to be revisited or rephased as a result. As we noted in the kind of intro to the report, as well as the regional deal, there's obviously a lot of legislative reform underway at the moment. And so we've put this program together based on the best information that we have at the moment. But there may be points that we need to revisit it when we get more clarity from those types of things.
And the last thing is that whilst we talk about the waters being very high on the priority, and I do agree with that, I'd also like to make a small plug too for the Te Puke Spatial Plan, because if that is the one and only thing that is holding us back from being able to deal with Te Puke's traffic issue, then that to me has got to come high on the priority over some of these other concept plans and the likes, because that is a number one issue, and I'd hate to see it missed from annual planning, long-term planning. To me, it's not all about waiting for the B or C or bypass. We need to do something now, because it just keeps getting pushed out and pushed out and pushed out. So, yeah.
It's in the list as Te Puke spatial plans, so that's.
And if I could just add that the list is not in a particular order beyond the two kind of categories of legislative and high priority. They're not ranked.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Emily. On the Te Puke spatial plan, we have heard in the annual plan submissions that the spatial plan needed to include the rural.
Okay, I think, Deputy Mayor, I don't interrupt you, but we're talking about the work programme here. I don't want to get too much into a.
Yeah, but I
specifics,
want to know if that includes the rural spatial plan, the whole plan.
So the spatial plans that we're doing at a local level at the moment are predominantly urban focused. They do look to connections out into the wider area that they sit within, but they are primarily urban focused. And that's the scope that we have previously had approved and is consistent with the rationale that was put forward at the time. So at the moment, that's what the scope sits at. We would need to take a deliberate decision to look further, and we'd have to have good rationale for that.
When do we consider that?
Definitely not today, but we're happy to have a workshop if that's useful.
Okay, and the two other questions. Huru Reserve Management Plan, do we need to review that? It's so successful.
Well, if you recall, I had asked that it be included in the Kaimai RMP because it makes sense, but for various reasons, it's been taken separately. So it's more of a catch up from the Kaimai RMP we did last year. I think it was last year, wasn't it? So yeah.
I had COVID at that time, so I missed it. So, but my third question is the one above, the Waihi Otu Tawa concept plan. Is that down the bottom of Lockheed Road with the cycleway going around it? Well, you need to have in there that we've had an agreement that their land would transfer to Purakau when they agreed to the cycleway, because that's what they agreed to in the original, when they Julie Shepherd and Rowie Kuku and Tommy Wilson came to council. And I'd hate us to lose sight of that.
I think staff are aware of that position, but thank you for reminding us.
It's just isn't there, so.
Okay, I'm keen to, well, yeah, this is a summary of work programme. It's not the details of everything we're doing. Okay, Councillor Joyce.
So I missed one before. Representation review. Every 6 years. Why are we bringing it back this time? I mean, I know we're dropping the Maori ward by a binding poll. What's the legislative requirement? Are we going to have to go through this whole business again? I mean, we've only just got the new community boards in place, or is it going to be a bit of a once over?
So I think we'll focus on the ward issue, not the whole lot. Is that right, Emily? That's my view. That's my intention anyway.
We will scope the review with you and you can give direction on where you'd like to focus, but we definitely need to focus on
and that's because of the
Māori
population
ward
changes.
population.
Yeah, where it moves to. Okay.
I don't intend to make it a big work. Yeah, Councillor Sol.
Thanks, sir. Yes, this is a huge workload. Frankly, sir, we have covered everything that's in there. It's what needs to be done. It's been acknowledged that there will be more work coming through without any input even from us. So I would just like to move that we, is it 1 through 3, sir?
Thank you very much. There is one correction I'd like to make before we do that. Page 251, under the traffic and parking enforcement bylaw, the last sentence looks like it's crept in from the previous version.
Yes, apologies for that.
It's okay. So it's been moved by councillor Sol. Do you have a seconder for that one, please? Deputy Mayor, I think we've kind of debated it enough. So do you want to say anything? No? I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. One more item and then we'll break for lunch, which is the, thank you, Emily, which is the receipt of our submission to regional councils annual plan and long-term plan amendments. Did anyone wish to have any questions or anything further on this? It's pretty straightforward, I think. In which case I'll seek a mover and seconder, please. Councillor Elvin, Councillor Sol. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Awesome. So I think we'll break for lunch there. It's almost 1 o'clock, so 1:30 back here. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, councillors. We are on page 269, item 10.6, and that is the recommendation to appoint council co-chair for Waiari Kaitiaki Advisory Group. Robin, this one's you.
Good afternoon, councillors. This is a process requirement from the Waiari Kaitiaki Advisory Group, where they have, at their last meeting, appointed, I think, their co-chair, and it's a requirement of the consent conditions that it's approved by both the council members as well.
Okay, pretty straightforward one. Does anyone have any questions? 269. Councillor Joyce has moved. I assume there weren't any questions. Councillor Sol, seconds. Any debate on this one? No, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Right. Next item, page 271. And that's the Tauranga and Western Bay Transport Committee re-establishment and appointments. Again, Robin, this one's you, but happy to talk to it as well. Shall I do it? Okay, so this is a committee, a joint committee that was extant last triennium. It's been reconstituted, but with a few changes. If you recall, we had well, it was 2 members for Tauranga and only 1 for us. So now we've got equal membership. So we have 2 plus the need for 1 alternate. And there's a few other minor changes as well. So I've appointed Councillor Ray and Councillor Joyce, and then myself as the alternate on this one. So that's where we are. So 4 recommendations there. But if anyone has any questions, please do.
I've read through the paper extensively, seeing I'm going to be subject to this thing, and I still can't work out what actually it does. Is there a work program in place for this, or we're just going to make it up as we go along? Because if it turns into a talk fest, then you may need a new member.
Well, the terms of reference are there, so I'm not sure I can give you more than that. You don't normally get a work program before committees set up. So
why is it being set up? Because the what's there does not explain that.
Why is it being set up? Let's try and paraphrase the terms of reference here. It's to consider transport issues that span the Western Bay.
So I'll ask another way, the same question. What is the imperative to set this up? What actually, someone must have an idea of what they want us to do. Besides, like, talk about strategy.
I can respond partly to that. I understand that the Regional Council undertook a review of all its public transport associated committees, of which it had several, and decided that it would be a more effective way so they've merged what was the Public Transport Committee and the Regional Transport Committee into one, and reactivated this one as the joint committee to provide a wider regional perspective. The imperative has come from the Regional Council as part of a review of their public transport function. I don't have much more context than that, I'm afraid.
But if you want to see what they did last term, I mean, all the videos and the agenda and minutes are up there. Okay. Deputy Mayor.
I'm happy to move the recommendation, Sue, with the understanding that the 2 members who will be on the transport body will keep touch with all of us with our roading challenges in the various wards.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's taking a wider view than they would normally have, and I think it's really worthwhile.
Okay. Councillor Coxhead.
Just wanted to just ask the question, the people that have been appointed, are they happy with that? And people or person removed, happy with that?
So I did email both members and see if they were happy with that, and they were generally happy with that. And I was the member before, and I'm happy to be alternate.
Wasn't Councillor Daly?
No.
No?
No, I was the member last
sorry,
time.
I thought you were. Okay.
So are you ex officio or an alternative?
Councillor Daly.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't not sure what was happening exactly because there seems a bit of crossover in the names of these things, but yeah, the Regional Transport Committee, which includes all the regional mayors, is still in place, and it's got a slightly different function to this Western Bay Tauranga City only committee that we're talking about right now. But I know when we first talked about an appointment to this committee and the last triennium, we suggested we'd like 2 members on there, and TCC were not in favour of that, and we ended up with 1 member on there, which was you, Mayor James. But my question is really, I understand at the time that the Western Bay of Plenty component of this public transport is only about 5% of the overall public transport function. Is that correct, James? Would you
I couldn't comment on the number, but I mean that was certainly one of the reasons why we only had 1 member, was that if it's talking about public transport, our public transport network compared to Tauranga is pretty modest. But this is not about public transport, or not alone about public transport. It's wider than that.
But would you say this is more feeding into the Regional Transport Committee rather than?
Well, if you look at the terms of reference, they may make recommendations to the Regional Transport Committee.
Thank you.
Councillor Sol.
So I'll second the motion that came forward from the Deputy Mayor, and just say that they're welcome to talk about the buses in Tauranga City.
Okay, right. With any other questions before we move on? No. Okay, so it's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Sol. Any further debate on this one? No. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Moving on to page 279, item 10.8, and our monthly financial report. Jonathan.
Good afternoon, everybody. So the report in today's pack is the February financial report. So that's the 8 months to February. The revised budget is our annual plan plus any carry forwards that have been approved and put through into the budget numbers. Also noting that the forecasts, as talked about in the January report, a full forecast is completed with the March report. So the numbers in here have been changed where it's been identified there has been a significant impact to a forecast, and that we've needed to do that. Total revenue in the report is showing that we are 4.7 million better than budget, so a higher revenue than budget. Predominantly that is through our transportation subsidies and grants, and that's through the Omakaroa structure plan projects, which are higher than what was budgeted for. We're also higher in the rates penalties, and that's a continuation from the January report, where our penalties include the penalties earned this year, as well as penalties on prior year's rates that have been unpaid. There's also the regulatory activity, which is higher than budget by 998k, and that's with higher consent applications, inspections, and also non-notified fees. On the expenditure side, our expenditure is 9.2 million lower than budget in that year-to-date February period. And that's really in 3 areas. So our Datascape project is 2.2 million under budget, while the project itself is on time and will be delivered to a go live of 1 July. The costs for that at this stage are lower than anticipated at this time of the project. But there will be carry forwards which will move into the next financial year as we work our way through the finalisation of that project. That's similar for the water services organisation setup costs. So they are currently at the end of February 2.4 million under budget. And again, that was as the due diligence process was working its way through prior to the decision in early April. And again, there's likely to be carry forwards for that project into the new financial year. Any of these carry forwards will come towards council as part of the annual report process that we do August, September timing. Our capital expenditure year to date is 84.6 million against a budgeted for this time of year of 93.5, making it 8.8 million underspent. The two large areas in that space is our structure plan and our waste management area. Our structure plan is an overall savings of the project, which will continue to be achieved. And we're currently in discussions with the Crown in that space as to whether some of those savings that have been achieved are able to be retained by council. That project is fully Crown funded and those discussions are ongoing. The waste management area, that's currently over budget by 5.5 million. And that is purely the timing of the Te Puke treatment plant progress, which is currently ahead of schedule at the end of the February timeframe. So the overall budget is still expected to come in at that budget and signed off amount. It's just an earlier stage that's been able to be achieved compared to the original budget that was set out in Annual Plan 26. When looking at our balance sheet, both our receivables and our payables are much higher than budgeted for February. Both of those relate to our rates instalment for February, which was due in March. So there's rates in advance as well as a higher receivables. So we have a higher receivables for the rates instalment of about 61 million of that 81 million, as well as rates in advance of 35 million. And they predominantly are the other gaps between our actuals and our budgets. Our borrowings of 235 million have an average cost of funds of 3.99%, and that's against the annual plan cost of funds of 4.16%. Also noting in the Treasury report that in our interest rate risk limits area, in the year 2 to 5, we've remained non-compliant for our hedging space. We have picked up a new contract, a new forward start swap contract was added early March and continuing again in April. So we are very close to being compliant as we sit today. I'm happy to take any questions on the report.
Thank you, Johnson. Any questions for Trace, Councillor Cookstead?
Jonathan, just on the cap, the lending cap from LGFA, just based on its total revenue, isn't it? Council's total revenue times by 280%?
Yep, 280% is the LGFA limit. We've
Yeah.
got an internal limit of 200% of our debt to
Yes,
revenue.
that's right, yes. So, okay, so our headroom then, according to LGFA, is 565 million, is that right?
Need to come back to you with those
Yeah,
specific
I
numbers.
think-
We look to target that 200% level.
Yeah,
We've
okay.
certainly got significant
So
headroom.
around about 400 million then?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Lots of unders and overs. Do you think at the end of the year it will balance out?
So we're currently working through and putting up a report, firstly to executive leadership team on what that forecast will look like. We're not seeing any significant changes from the February position. What we are working through is what the two weather events have meant to the financials and where the funding for those will also come from.
Well, thank you. Number 7, the water supply, we're under budget and the full year forecast is under budget. Is that because we're not doing the work that we should be doing?
I may need to bounce to Brad to help support those comments.
Yeah, is this in what section of the waters? Is this fresh water?
So water supply, we're currently under budget in our capital spend.
So we're under budget in our capital spend at this stage, just due to the nature of the projects and how the projects have rolled out, and the work that we've done. So yeah, we're forecasting that by the end of the year, we'll also still be under budget.
You'll be right on the budget. Thank you.
Councillor Elvin.
Look, I've got a series of questions and queries, and what I'm looking at this report is I don't know that I get any measure of financial effectiveness. And unders and overs don't help me. And I'll give you a couple examples that are financially related in terms of their impact. A matter came before this council where there was a mistake made on Prol Road, and funds were taken from an overspend somewhere else. Now, on a line-by-line basis, that was an epic fail in one budget area. I'm looking at 109 Clark Road, and I don't know whether that includes holding costs. And I'm looking at that and saying, that project seems to have taken way too long. How do we have what measures do we have to make sure we're being financially effective? Because all very well to come along and say, well, we're going to end up with a surplus, but that does not give me any comfort about how financially effective we have been in managing the business. In that we can be satisfied that each job has been done in accordance with our expectation that it's been done, not a bit of rowing Peter to pay Paul. Finally, in a question for explanation, I've seen a lot of stuff, of commentary about FinCos haven't been to the level we would expect them to be. Now, I don't know, but I would have expected that if we didn't get the FinCos in, we wouldn't be spending any money relating to the FinCos, because those are financial contributions arising out of it. So that money, if we haven't got that revenue, and we shouldn't have correspondingly spent it on the other side. So I hope there's some sort of clarity in all those.
Miriam?
Councillor Alvin, usually it relates to a timing issue. I understand where you're coming from. Generally, the infrastructure is we've already spent and established it, and it's generally big trunk infrastructure like the Mokara. And so it's recovery over up to 30 years. So it's not like we can turn things off, because it's usually a cost that we've already got. I can't comment in detail about this, but what happens with the FinCos is it's our best estimate, but it tends to vary a bit depending on where the developers want to spend their year in their development. Yeah.
Okay, so that could be front-loaded infrastructure before it even gets to the need to get the FinCos in.
And that's where
the
big spend comes from.
Okay,
yeah.
that makes sense. Thank you very much. That's helpful. And about the others, though.
So I can probably answer that by talking through the process. So in terms of budget transfers, that can only really be completed where we've got the same funding source and it's the same program of work. So if we have got unders and overs, and you will see that through the report, we will show those as overs and unders rather than netting them off. So any significant budget transfers would need to come back to this room for any of those approvals.
Yeah, I mean, my driver is around the efficiency basis. And, for example, I'd like to pull out Clark Road and have a look at it and say, how effective have we been? Because there's been a bit of commentary around the place, and I'll give some background to this. We cannot afford to do this project because it's going to cost us money. And yet the numbers initially say it shouldn't cost us any money. And when it comes in, when the project comes in, we find out that it has cost us some money. And I just wonder how much rigor we apply to determining whether there were some genuine oversights, whether there were some problems, or whether we've just been a bit slow.
Councillor, I will just say, this is a monthly financial report, not pulling apart 109 Clark Road. I think there are opportunities to do that, whether through projects and monitoring or possibly audit, risk and finance. But that being said, I believe that's cost neutral. I don't know whether anything else has come from. I think some people have been speculating in the community that, well, I've seen one or two people, but
there is some comment that it's not cost neutral, but it's about, I just want to be satisfied that our whole process has got that sort of rigor.
Miriam?
In regard to the FinCos, we spend an awful amount of time making sure that's right. And every year, as part of the annual plan process, we review actuals versus what we thought. And then those FinCos are reset. And there's a time period where developers or people wanting to build have some time to utilise the old rates. But if there's been, for instance, less than the number of houses in that ward or that infrastructure area that's captured by that FinCo, then that's represented in the rerun of that model every year. And so if there's been less subdivision, that's actually got to the 224 stage, because subdivision, you know, it's a process. It means that the FinCos generally go up, and that goes up over and above inflation and the costs of inflation. So the two factors in the FinCo model are cost increases due to inflation and real costs, and also to do with how that's charting against the previous year. Yeah, and those FinCo models are ring fenced to those big trunk infrastructures generally. Yeah. Does it help?
Yeah, it helps on the FinCos. Thanks, Miriam. It just doesn't give me much help on the other things, but that's okay. We'll get there.
Councillor Joyce and then Councillor Coxhead.
So we've had a couple of storm events. Have we had any updates on what we can expect in central government support for the January one? And the more recent one, I'm guessing we probably don't qualify, but I'll be interested in a bit of an update on whether that will also generate a central government assistance.
Brad.
Councillors, I will try and answer both questions, both Councillor Alvin's question on financial scrutiny, particularly around projects and how council can gain some sort of level of assurance that projects are being run appropriately and being managed appropriately. So within the infrastructure group, all our projects have project control groups, which is governance oversight chaired by myself, where I look at, with my control team, we look at the financials, we look at the delivery of the projects, and we look at the project from beginning to end, and we monitor the program that's in place for transportation, reserves and facilities, structure plans, and waters. And then some of our more intense projects get individual ones where we look at just one project and not a program of work. So stuff like Te Puke, Katikati Outfall, Wahi Beach wastewater treatment plant, those ones get individual attention. So that's where we are able to provide you with assurance. I think PNM is the right place to test that assurance and question us on those projects, especially if you've got an individual project that you want a bit of a deep dive on. With regards to the emergency events, we have a recovery plan that will be coming to council, I believe in May, that will be bringing a recovery plan into council where we'll give you a full breakdown of everything in terms of where we're at with recovery. What I can say is that it's likely that we'll get funding from NZTA for our roading projects. The other projects with regards to the reserves and waters are less likely. We're still battling that with NEMA, but we've not necessarily gotten to a position where we've got comfort around that. So in May, we'll be bringing you back a list of works, as well as the financials that it will be costing us, how we'll be funding those works, or how we propose to fund those works, and then a rough order program of what delivery would look like for those projects. Going forward in future, these projects will be reported to you separately to our normal projects. So in PNM, we'll have a whole separate section on the recovery project so that we can ring fence them and you can have a look at them separately.
Just actually, it's on page 290, Jonathan. Good news is red. That's about a bit counterintuitive. Can we just work on our color charting? Because I understand the big variances are red, but a positive big variance is not something to alarm us. So I think I've never seen it just displayed like this anywhere else in my whole life, apart from the fact that in Japan, up is red and green is down, but let's not go there.
Yeah, we can certainly look at that colour coding, and it's not just inside this room where we do have some confusion. It's done based on the size of the variance rather than whether it's positive or negative.
Red should be kept for negative nasties. Yeah,
I think I mean, this has always been reported like that, and I think doing to be careful that although superficially you might think that not spending money or is a good thing. Actually, we are trying to get stuff done. So if we're not spending the CapEx budget, that is an issue in itself. So it's not just a question of spending no money is good.
And it's not just a question of no colour. I'm just saying red should be things we should be worried about.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, Councillor Cox next.
I do have a quick question for Brad, seeing as he did have the microphone, but I'll ask it in a minute. But just to Councillor Alvin's point about 109 Clark Road, and I'm seeing this pattern where we're purchasing properties, selling off a part of it, and that's going to cover the cost of X, Y, Z. And that's what we were told with Clark Road, that the sale of the sections would be used, the funds from that, the profit from that would be used for the 10 hectares that we do get for nothing. However, it was going to use for towards the project, and that's not the case because the cost of putting in services and roading was not budgeted, 891,000. So I think we do need to have a look at some projects a little more closely in future as well, and just not all of them obviously, but random selection of some sort I think would be very helpful. And sorry, Brad, the only thing I wanted to know about was, are we currently fluoridating the supplies at Whara in Athenry, or is that still on hold?
I think Whara has always been going. Athenry, I believe, started up again last week. I can double check that, but I think it's back up and running. Yeah.
I will just comment, my recollection, and happy to be disproved, is that when we buy land or a subdivision and keep a portion for reserve, it generally, plus or minus, pays for reserve. It doesn't normally pay for a whole bunch of works that we might want to do on that. So I think there's potentially been some misunderstanding on that, and yeah, no, but it'll come back to us, no doubt, when we want to decide what development we do on 109 Clark Road. But anyway, this is a financial report and we're not getting to P&M. So Councillor Daly.
I think my question's to Brad. In terms of total revenue, and in terms of the subsidies and grants were 3.8 million above budget, with transportation subsidies and grants being 3 million above budget, mainly due to the Yamoka Restructure Plan. The acceleration of these projects is currently compensating for general under recovery of NZTA subsidies associated with pavement renewals due to the renewals program being behind schedule. So we know that Fulton Hogan were asked to stop work on the Boucher Avenue rehab program, which I think was about a $6 million project. And these renewals are planned to catch up before year end, but they're not due to resume that particular project until September, which is after the year end. So my question really is about, are we, and you said you were going to separate the storm recovery versus the BAU projects, but are we in danger of losing some of our NZTA subsidies because we're not delivering them? Sure, we're making them up for them with storm recovery subsidies, but have we ever been in a position where we've lost some of our subsidy because we're behind schedule on delivery of certain projects?
I'm not aware of this council's history. I don't know. I do know it's happened. I do know that councils have not delivered their projects and not received their full subsidy, and that's been across the country. What I would say is that NZTA allocates a subsidy over a 3-year period. We're now entering the end of year 2, entering into year 3. So even if we carry forward stuff from this year into next year, we're still able to deliver it. Over that 3-year period, we're ahead of schedule. So I have no concerns about us not claiming our full subsidy over that 3-year period. This year we might not claim everything, but we'll definitely claim it all next year.
No, I mean, that is right. And because we know that councils that do miss out on their subsidies, there is a reallocation process to councils that are ready to go with shovel-ready projects. So I'm glad that you're aware of that possibility. So I wouldn't want it to happen to us.
Councillor Cox. Oh, sorry, it was Deputy Mayor first, please.
Thank you, sir. On page 291, number 3, financial contributions, year to date, 3.9 million below budget. And that's for Omokoroa. And we can't afford to have that continue to deteriorate. I'm wondering if, for example, we've got fast track for State Highway 2 going to Omokoroa, I think that will help. And but I'm wondering if, in fact, the coalition government can get through the GST on new builds to go back to local government, because they take all the money, make all the decisions, and dump on us what they don't want to do or might be too hard for them. So I think this is one area where, in fact, it could help. But we may need to provide incentives to get that development out there going. So I just don't want an answer at this stage, sir, but I just raised the question.
Councillor Coxhead.
A quick question about the utilities building. Is this the building in the middle of this car park that we didn't know anything about? Is that what we're talking about there? The utilities building? What's that? It's called the Kapurerewerua building. Is that it? Page 287. Is that the building we were in for the meeting when we first came back to council?
Yes.
It is.
It's not utilities building. Oh, is it?
It's called a utilities building.
It's an Eats Utilities storage.
Right, okay. So my question for that is, what was the total cost of the project? Saying it's amazing, it's under budget, 126,000 year to date. So 196 under budget because there's no more forecast expenditure. What was the total cost for that?
I can't comment. It was the budget set by the previous chief executive.
So nobody knows?
I'll be able to find that and come back to you on that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Somebody must know.
I have an understanding that it had a 2 in front of it, 200 and something. From recollection, does that sound right?
I've asked the team, I'll come back to you before this is over.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Brad.
Councillor Daly.
Oh, yeah, just following on that, what was the funding source? Was that there was some Te Aramura funding, I understand, was put towards that particular project as well, wasn't there?
I think that we get drilling into specific projects here. Fine to ask the question. I'm sure staff can get back to you, but it's a bit unfair to ask such detailed questions when this is a monthly financial report.
Yeah, when we come back with the budget, we can certainly look at the funding source as well.
Councillor Sol.
I think it's an important question to ask.
It is, but this is a monthly financial report, not a project X.
But it does relate to discretionary spend by staff members, doesn't it?
Yeah. Councillor Sol.
Have anything to say?
And councillors, it was better if we know what you're going to ask us. Otherwise, we sort of can't really help you on the day. And I would say this is a summary report. So if you wanted more detail, the quarterly report goes into much more detail. Is that correct, Jonathan? Yep.
The quarterly report adds a forecast, a more detailed forecast to it.
Yeah.
That's a similar amount of commentary.
But you'd be better prepared to answer that. Or if you've got individual questions, we could deal with those as a group or something. But generally on the spot, to ask us about general ledger budgets we've got tens of thousands of them. It's quite tricky.
And the purpose of this, if you recall, was to keep a tab on our overall financial picture, and there's a valuable thing to do. But it's probably not the point to probe into historic issues and things. But anyway, Deputy Mayor.
So through you to Miriam, if we've got questions and you would prefer them beforehand, do we do them through Charlene? Who do we do them through?
Yes, I suggest you go through Charlene and then we can summarise them. But I wouldn't think that you'd want to devolve this council summary report into like an interrogation of all the numbers, because it could take you hours to go through that. Yeah, and it needs to be some context around it too, because sometimes it's good to be able to explain the context. Yeah.
Right, any further questions before we move on? Okay, it's been moved by Deputy Mayor to receive the report. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Joyce, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Moving on to page 306, and that's my report. Any questions? I guess, take it as read, but if there's any questions. Councillor Coxon.
10th of April, Higgins, Fletcher and Vinci Construction, Tauranga, what was that about?
So 10th of April.
Yes, 10th, yeah.
There's nothing there on the 10th of April, or am I missing something?
Oh, maybe that's, might be, beg your pardon, it's the CEO.
Over to you, Miriam. So 10th of April, that was the construction companies.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Oh, Higgins, Fletchers and Vinci.
The 10th of April meeting with Higgins was basically for them to introduce themselves now that they have purchased from Fletchers. Brad, you were in the meeting with me? Oh, no, you were on leave. Yeah, so basically they've taken over the Downer contract. So it's just a transfer. It's basically a merger and acquisition. Yeah.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
This, I think, is an appropriate time to say on the Anzac service, I thought that your speech and your delivery of the speech at Memorial Park was excellent. Wasn't that it was half-hearted. It was so well thought through. I was really impressed, and so was everybody else. And while I'm on it, sir, could I say that the wreaths that Robin organised from Te Puke Florist were beautiful, and the quality of them and the cost of them left other companies, well, there was a
You did
great
well. Let's just leave it at
example.
that, shall we?
It was a great example, and I thought that we did well. All the councillors who were at various services who had wreaths to lay were very fortunate to have the quality of ones that we did have. So wanted to say thank you to Robin and congratulations to you, because you look like a leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for your kind words. Any other questions? Councillor Ray.
Can I just ask something about that? So not to take away from what the Deputy Mayor said, because it probably was wonderful and I wasn't there, but I would like to understand why we attend something that's outside of our district. Like, because that was in Tauranga, and so I'm just questioning that. I just find that a
Excuse
little
me,
bit
he was
strange.
invited to be the guest speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I was invited, but it is important to, a lot of people from our district would go to the Tauranga ceremony as well. So, yeah, and as you know, I do go around to different ceremonies. I started with Katikati in the morning and then went to Tauranga, as you know. I have been to Makatū in the past, I've been to Te Puke in the past, I've been to Wai Beach in the past. So yeah, just mix it up a bit. Any other questions? No, in which case I'm happy to move my report. We'll have a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. We have a I'll note the information for receipt with the audit engagement letters. And with that, we'll move to public excluded part. So I'll seek a mover and seconder to exclude the public. Councillor Elvin, Councillor Joyce, all in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried.